Testing, testing, testing.
Good afternoon. This is Delegate Charles Noon on the line. Hello, is there anybody there?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We are still waiting for a quorum.
Thank you, Manuel.
On the face cover.
Good morning, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good to go. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. And good afternoon to everyone online. Thank you for being with us. This is a special Navajo Nation Council session meeting that we are having today per request. Some of the sponsors are sponsoring legislation today. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have a quorum now, so let's go ahead and get started. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us on the World Wide Web, if you're on Facebook, Vimeo, or YouTube. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. Colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to all the staff members of the legislative branch, Mr. President, Vice President. Good afternoon to as well all the executive employees that are listening in. Thank you very much for listening in to the conversation, to the judicial branch. Good afternoon, Madam Chief Justice. Good afternoon to all the judicial employees. Good afternoon to all our Navajo Nation citizens throughout in the four sacred mountains and without in their external four sacred mountains. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. We are having a Navajo Nation Special Council session via telecommunication today. Today's date is November 20th, 2020. Actually, November 10th, sorry. November 10th, 2020. The time right now is 1:09 p.m. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And before we go ahead and get started on our council session, everyone, we usually do a roll call to make sure we have all our colleagues on the line. Then we'll do an invocation, and then we'll move on down to accepting the agenda before us. So with that, let's go ahead and make this official. It's like Lorraine is here today to help us. Go ahead, Lorraine, if you want to go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Roll call for Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugene
Delegate
Charles
Brown is
Newton.
present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugene Charles Newton.
Charles Noon is present from Sherbrooke, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugene Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbach-Crotty is present, calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty is present. Honorable Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Do you want her
Honorable Mark Freeland.
to email you or just have her do it? It's an emergency.
Honorable Paul Purnell Halona.
Alona is present.
Honorable Purnell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Meany. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James is present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Ness is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Altuso.
How are you doing?
I'm here. I'm present.
Honorable Altuso is present. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, present.
Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
Good
Edison-
afternoon, Delegate Begay, Elmer. Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
I'm here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Jamie Henry.
Nahino's present.
Honorable Jamie Henry is present. Honorable Randy Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Randy Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winica. Mr. Speaker, you have 18 members present.
Including speaker or not including?
Including speaker.
Good afternoon, Speaker Freeland here.
That be 19 with Honorable Freeland. Good afternoon, Honorable Freeland. 19 members present.
Mr. Speaker, this is Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. I'm on the line for the record.
Good afternoon, Honorable Daniels. That's me, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, colleagues. Let's go, Yes. Colleagues, we did have an invocation that was done at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And continued on through the day. So thank you to BNF member. Honorable Chairman Hino, on the line.
Speaker, this is Winica calling in.
Good afternoon, Winica, Honorable Winica. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith here.
Vice Chair Smith, who was the individual that did the invocation this morning? For the record.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Oh, Honorable Yellow Hair. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Great. With that, colleagues, let's move on down then to recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Any recognitions this morning, or actually this afternoon, sorry.
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I wanted to recognize some frontline workers, Speaker, out here in Crown Point. I see them tirelessly. I see them on the road. I see them on dirt roads. I see them everywhere. That's our Crown Point Service Unit CXR team. I can't express enough appreciation and gratitude for what they're doing and how they've been working diligently during this pandemic. Since March, they've been out there on the front line, And I really appreciate them. I appreciate their team. I appreciate their leadership. But I just wanted to give them a shout out, as well as the Daltex team too out there. All of the drivers, the cooks, and the supervisors, center supervisors, they've been out there delivering food each and every day as well. So I really want to pay appreciation and gratitude to those individuals, and especially in the rural areas. And they know where our people, they work with our people. They know where the high-risk people live. They are even working with our COVID-19 positive cases out here, which we have a high number of. So appreciation and gratitude to Crown Point Service Unit, CXR, and Crown Point Agency, Daltex team. We really appreciate you and thank you very much. Eddie, speaker, thanks.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Speaker.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, I didn't get who was wanting to speak next.
Daniel here, Speaker.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much. Colleague, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for the invocation this morning. Delegate Yella here, as I'm speaking, Navajo Utah Commission, they're also having their meeting. I did the invocation on that side too. Delegate Charlene, so I don't know if she's on the line. So we were on that side. But I just want to say thank you to all the 110 chapters, the chapter officials and chapter staff of Senegi in my region, the North region. Now this on Ojeto, Shanto, and Tabikin. That's North region. I just want to say thank you to the chapter officials, that staff, for doing a good job. AIC this morning. I was driving from home. I stopped in Kayenta to get a burrito. I drive up stand I look towards the chapter house, Kayenta chapter. I like the way they're doing their business. They're doing the drive up. That's how they're doing their business. Kayenta. It was very neat to see. I just want to say thank you to them as well. Kayenta chapter. Ajnat Anin, Lenito non staff, Seneki, Miss Clyde, or Ishiko here. Just want to say thank you. Thank you for all you do. Seneki throughout the Navajo Nation, 110 chapters of staff. Thank you.
Honorable delegates, Speaker Damon got kicked off of the meeting, so he's logging back in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me now? Great. Sorry, everyone. Somebody in Russia kicked me off. Moving on down, Honorable Stewart.
Yes, good afternoon, Speaker, colleagues, and also Navajo Nation and abroad listening in. I want to say happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps, 245 years birthday today. So happy birthday to all of our Marine Corps veterans and also our Marine Corps soldiers, that are men and women that are serving right now. And thank you for your service, including all other veterans as well. And just that, Speaker, thank you.
Yes, happy birthday, Marine Corps. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just would like to say that just a shout out to the judicial branch across the Navajo Nation, allowing the direct services to be open through the time of the pandemic. And the judicial system is a very, very important system, portion of the Navajo Nation government. And in a way that, even with the government closed offices that closed during the pandemic, the judicial branch, we had to make sure that we really had to keep them open. And they had to continue to keep the services out. So just wanted to throw a shout out there, Dave, with that for all the employees across, judicial branch employees across the Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that, colleagues, there's no further recognitions this afternoon. We can continue on.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I'd like to do a recognition, please.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Navajo Nation Council, those that are listening. I'd like to do a shout out to our veterans. Tomorrow's a Veterans Day, and the events and everything that'll be happening according to the Veterans Day, all armed forces, United States Army, Air Force, Coast Guard, Marines, and Navy. Thank you for your service. And Navajo Code Talkers, we only have a couple left too. I'd like to recognize them for their honorable service out there, and our Vietnam veterans in all conflicts, and all the veterans that have served. I just want to say, also Gold Star mothers, Blue Star mothers, and those that have dependents or children that are serving in the military, our relatives and our loved ones too. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Those recognitions. That, colleagues, if there's no, I don't have anybody else. Any further recognitions at this time?
Speaker Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm that's not yeah. Coachina in Digi, Bonnet in say, yeah, I want to recognize all those frontline first responders. See, Diego, the Hada Halyan, the Hunter Hall, the Shigi, others have put it Nanas, the COVID-19. So we want to back them up for Kinsey, so yeah, they saw the Diego, and Honda, the Sunday Card, and time of need hospital. I see how the being the Toshina had a year aside that. I really commend them, and I really appreciate they're there for us. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So that, any other recognitions?
Delegate James.
Honorable James, go ahead.
Thank you very much, another speaker, member of council. I'd like to do a recognition to my late Chanela Estan. Today is her birthday. Lily W. James, because of her, the way she raised me, and I want to recognize her in heaven while I'm here, being a leader for my community. God bless you all. God bless our veterans, and God bless the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Honorable James. That, if there's no further recognitions, we can continue on, colleagues. With that, let's go on down to item number 3 on our agenda, then review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication, November 10, 2020. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business, none. 6, new business. Legislation 0274-20. B, legislation 0275-20. C, legislation 0276-20. 7, close of session announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
That is our motion.
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So.
Second, Victor.
Second by Honorable Keon Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda that we have
Speaker?
here before us?
Speaker,
Yes, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker and members of the council and staff, and to all our listeners, good afternoon. Speaker, sir, I would like to add on a emergency legislation regarding the CARES Fund chapter distribution expenditure plan to allow allocations for the chapters to spend the funds CARES Act ASAP. It was, I don't know if it has a number now, but I was going to ask staff if it has a number because it went through the process already with the legal counsel. Reserve time, Speaker, sir.
Honorable Chairman Yazzie. 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Staff is currently working on that legislation to be inputted. As of this time, Honorable Chairman Yazzie, that legislation is not ready to be added onto the agenda.
Okay, Speaker, so I'll go ahead and wait, Dan.
Right. When that legislation's ready, I will make sure staff emails you and text messages you so that you can add it on at that time. But if that legislation is not ready within the time frame of us reviewing and adopting our agenda, Chairman Yazzie, that legislation will be needed to be added on to the agenda after the agenda is approved. And at that point, the legislation, in order to add the legislation onto the agenda, you will need 16 votes, Chairman Yazzie, just as a notice.
Thank you. Okay, sir.
That, moving on down, any further discussion on the agenda?
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Wanted to request a report, if we can, from Medic Controller. Update related to CS 73-20. What's the status? How's it going? Reserve my time, Speaker.
That would be amendment number 1. Honorable Freeland. An update from Madam Controller on CS 73-20 and the progress that's on that. Okay. Is there a second to that amendment? to amendment number 1. Second by Chairman Daniel So.
Second.
With that, colleagues, there's a motion and a second for amendment number 1. Any discussion? I don't have anybody texting in. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We're aboard on amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begas,
I like hearing something over there.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begas votes red. Honorable Key Elbegay Jr.,
Delegate Kiala votes green.
Honorable Key Elbegay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Canal Carty, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan,
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Helena,
One vote green.
Honorable Pernell Helena votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry,
No, that one is legislation. Is there a waiver?
Honorable Rich James,
Oh, the ring. I mean, the original.
Honorable Rick Nez,
Waiver.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Red.
The first two on the
Honorable Raymond
agenda.
Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
For that same.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Alto Self,
Red. Thank you.
Honorable Alto Self votes red. Honorable Charlene Self,
A vote green.
Honorable Charlene Self votes green. Honorable Daniel Self,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel Self votes green. Honorable Eugene Self,
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene Self votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Winnicott,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winnicott votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Nelliher, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Canal Carty,
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinyo.
Hinyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hinyo votes red. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate James votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Rich James votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Okay.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red.
Was my vote counted?
Huh?
Charles is asking if the vote was counted.
Is it green?
I don't know. I would ask again.
Honorable Eugene Charles Newton. I haven't get your vote yet.
Red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Mr. Speaker, you have 15 in favor and 7 opposed.
Thank you. 15 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting on the motion, or actually on amendment number 1. With that, motion carries. Going back to the main motion. Okay, with that, I'll have everybody else on the board on comments, questions on the agenda. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Yazzie, Chairman Yazzie, 4 minutes, 33 seconds.
Just checking if the number is ready on the emergency bill, sir.
No, the staff is still working on that.
Okay, I'll wait, sir.
Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes, 46 seconds. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, I'll waive my time. Thank you. I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Okay, that colleagues, any other further comments, questions? Let me go back then to reserve time. That's Chairman Yazzie, 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Could I make the request until the number is ready, sir?
What is, let me read the title. Honorable Chairman Yazzie, the number is 0283-20.
Okay, Speaker, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and amend the agenda to add the emergency legislation, which the number that you have just given, onto the agenda. And this is for the chapters on the CARES Act fund, given the chapters to spend the fund as soon as possible. That would be my motion, Speaker, sir. Reserve time.
Colleagues, with that, on legislation amendment number 2 is adding on legislation 0283-20. It's getting sent out, emailed to everyone. That legislation is, the title of the resolution is action related to the emergency and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation CARES Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan enacted by CS-73-20. The purpose, this resolution, if approved, will amend the CARES Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan to allow direct allocation to the Navajo Nation chapters. There's a motion by
Second, this is Daniel.
Yazzie,
Second, Delegate George.
second by
Daniel, so.
Honorable Herman Daniels. Any comments, questions on amendment number 2? Going once? Twice?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's hard to vote on this legislation when we haven't received it. When is it to be emailed to us so we can read it to you? I reserve my time.
It's been, reserve your time on amendment 2 at 4 minutes, 50 seconds, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that is being emailed to you right now. Any other comments, questions, colleagues on amendment number 2? Going once?
Delegate James here.
Honorable James, go ahead.
Yes, can you please email the legislations to all the 110 chapters? That way we could get some information from our chapter administration staff and officials regarding this legislation. I know we don't usually hear from administration staff or officials in regards to their concerns and issues because all chapters are different and it's just by case situation for all chapters. Serve my time. Thank you.
Serve your time at 4 minutes, 26 seconds. You could email that to all the chapters. You have all the chapters email? Okay. Did you send it to our colleagues the 24th? Okay, it should be sent out. That, I don't have anybody else. Anybody else in the wanting to speak on amendment number 2?
Speaker.
On amendment number 2. There's nobody else. We go back to reserve time. Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Speaker, somebody keeps calling your name. Reserve my time, I guess.
Four minutes, 47 seconds. Honorable James, 4 minutes, 26 seconds.
I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable James. Pat, any other further discussion? Not, we'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 47 seconds.
I'm going to keep reserving my time until I get this legislation. I can't vote on something that I have not received. Thank you. I reserve my time.
4 minutes, 43 seconds.
Speaker, this is Delegate Elmer Begay.
Delegate Elmer Begay. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Okay, I haven't received any amendments yet. But the internet is really slow here in Dalcon, so.
All right.
Okay,
It's
thank
almost to Greasewood. Has anybody received the email yet? No?
Vice Chair Smith has. I'm reading it.
Vice Chair Smith has.
I think over Cheska Mountain.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, did you say something? I couldn't understand.
I said I think mine is going over Cheska Mountain right now.
Oh, yep, it is. Kind of a big file.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
I forwarded it to the 24th Navajo Nation Council at 1:48, I think. It was forwarded to me by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. It doesn't have a tracking number, but it does have the contents of what is in with that legislation. FYI, thank you.
Has anybody else received legislation 0283-20 besides Vice Chair Smith?
I haven't received anything. This is Delegate Kealan.
Speaker, this is Delegate Saul. We got it. I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I haven't seen it yet.
Got it?
I received Delegate Smith's document, but I'd rather have a document that has a legislation number. Speaker.
Honorable Otto So.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much. If the legislation does not have a tracking number, why are we entertaining the amendment? That's just one of my concerns here. Thank you.
The legislation has a tracking number, the one that it doesn't have a. The one that the one that's from the legislation office that was sent to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, it has a tracking number on there.
Delegate So probably is reading Mr. Smith's email.
Well, colleagues, it looks like the legislation is slowly getting out of Window Rock. It's on Indian time.
Recently.
Is it? Okay, I get you, individuals.
We got it,
did you
Speaker.
get it? It seems like some people have got it now. The staff got it. Colleagues, did you get it? Yep, I have 3 colleagues who have confirmed. Legislation 0283-20.
Vice Chair got it.
Chairman,
Thank you.
I did receive mine, Delegate Nez.
Okay.
I received it, Speaker.
Speaker, received the document, but it's too large to download onto my device. Thank you.
Yeah, it's about 12 megabytes. It's a large document. We have one of those emergencies.
This Delegate Yellow here, I can't download it too, so I will just let it be.
Can we just get, Speaker, can we just get the main legislation document only, no attachment? Thank you.
Yeah, just extract it.
Point of order, brother.
Okay, so I got staff doing that, just getting the legislation over to you. Honorable Yellow Hair, point of your order.
I was, maybe there's no documents attachment. Maybe that's what I said. Point of orders.
but without it, that would be fine, Speaker. Just like my brother said, Mr. Kiaunge. Amiga,
Okay.
I can't download it. Can't. I just listened to my colleagues on that 283-20. Thank you very much, Speaker.
This is Delegate Brown. I received the email and I was able to open it, so I'm reading it now. Thank you.
All right. What? By itself? Okay, the smaller version, Jay Kiambagi, was just now sent and it was received by staff members, so you should have received that one. All right, colleagues, you ready then? Moving on down. On amendment number 2, sponsored by Chairman Yazzie, co-sponsored by Honorable Daniels. I don't have anybody else on the board. So let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 43 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 43 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Sir, I did actually receive the gist of the legislation. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't changing the November 20th deadline. Can I just get verification on that? Reserve my time.
That every time at 4:30. Chairman Yazzie, question on amendment number 2.
Speaker, members of the council, and Madam Chair, what it is giving this, there's no deadline on this. It's just giving the chapters the entitlement to start spending the CARES Act ASAP. Speaker, sir.
Speaker, I waived the rest of my time. I was able to open it and read it. Thank you.
Okay. That, if there's nobody else, once, and twice, going 3 times on amendment number 2, go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiawan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canals-Bockrotty.
Delegate Amber Canals-Bockrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canals-Bockrotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green for our chapters. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Who? Honorable Vince James votes red via text. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto Sell.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto Sell votes green. Honorable Charlene Sell.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene Sell votes green. Honorable Daniel Sell.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel Sell votes green. Honorable Eugene Sell.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugene Sell votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker, excused.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Whitaker. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edison Winnicott.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winnicott votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 16 in favor and 6 opposed.
Thank you. 16 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. With that, moving back to the main motion. Any other further discussion on the main motion? Going once. I'll have everybody in the queue. Going twice. Everybody with a reserved time. Going 3 times. That, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, you have 2 amendments. Amendment 1 is to add a report from the Office of the Controller on the status of Resolution CS 73-20. Amendment number 2 is to add legislation 0283-20 to the agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, go to the board. Voting on the agenda. 2 amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kiel Begay Jr.
Kiel votes green.
Honorable Kiel Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Unica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Unica votes green. Honorable Eben Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Eben Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Altoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Altoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor and 1 opposed.
Hey, thank you. 21 in favor. Oh, shoot. 1 opposed. Speaker not voting. That, colleagues, we do have an agenda before us. Let's continue on down on that agenda. Item number 4, we do have a report from the controller, an update on CS-73-20. So with that, Madam Controller, are you on the line?
Hi, Speaker. This is Brent. Controller just stepped out for a moment. She'll be back momentarily.
Okay, is Mr. Willie there, or are you going to start, Brent?
Well, one moment, Speaker. One moment.
Madam Controller?
Mr. Speaker, this is Robert Willie.
Yes.
I can start the report.
Go ahead then.
This is on CS 73-20.
Yes.
Chapter Distribution Office to Controller and Broadband.
Yes.
So as of this morning, when I ran the report, The broadband has $15 million, which doesn't have any expenditures or encumbrances. The chapter distribution, I know that there was a needs assessment which was completed. They asked for an extension from Friday to Sunday. We granted them that extension. I believe DCD is compiling the information for procurement and other items, so that was $92 million. And the controller's office was at $20 million. Currently, we are securing the contracts on those and starting to procure our goods for now.
Okay.
Okay, Chair, I'm back. This is Controller, or Speaker.
Yes.
Do you want me to add? I
Yeah,
can
you can
add.
add. This is your time.
Okay, the other, Speaker, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, this is the Controller. Just to add on top of Mr. Woolley's report also, I just wanted to kind of add additional information regarding the chapter allocation and the expenditure plan. What we've done since it got passed was we gave a number of training, phone sessions, etc., to the chapters in our office, OOC, as well as DCD, around what the process would be, which is compiling all the information through an online portal as a repository. The way the legislation was passed was to keep everything centralized with the Navajo Nation. Otherwise, we're looking at 110 subrecipient agreements in the interest of time. So we did do the training. Most of it was around the process itself and what's allowable and not allowable under CARES, Treasury guidance, frequently asked questions, etc. So there was an initial deadline, then we extended it for another week, and then also extended it over the weekend as well. So we did get 109 chapters to respond, and so we have their budget information. We have one chapter that completely just said, put it in the hardship program. We have 14 chapters that recently submitted in hard copy, and so, but what we can tell from the information that got submitted through the online portal, we have $75,227,684. So what that means is not all chapters submitted all of their budgets, or they sent it in manually. So everything's still ongoing as far as what's allowable and not allowable. Okay, there's an echo. So Otto. So some of the biggest areas of where the $75 million has been budgeted was infrastructure equipment, which is $13 million, infrastructure projects and upgrade, which is $11 million, emergency hardship assistance, $10 million, and PPEs ran about $7.3 million. So those are some of the top areas. Some of the other areas also is essential sanitation items. We are still reviewing to see what is allowable, not allowable, and so forth. So in terms of consumables, as I mentioned, consumables would be your PPEs and so forth. PPEs, sanitation items, essential food source, essential food items. We can use the centralized procurement. We will save 25 to 50% of retail pricing. We can get it here, as opposed to if there's a number of individual suppliers. And also if chapters were to do this themselves, again, we would have subrecipient agreements, then we would have individual procurement requirements for any of these transactions. Even the savings alone on the consumable section is about $5 million. So we can save by keeping it centralized, and the economies of scale as far as pricing some of these consumable goods. I just want to point that out. There are a lot of requests for equipment. There are a total of 85 chapters that submitted their plans that contain some sort of equipment purchase. And so the total amount that's being requested is $16,242,820. It's 219 pieces of equipment. 120 of them came with justification forms. And if we were to approve, out of the 120, if we were to approve them today, 77, we would approve. The others don't meet the documentation required by federal rules. And so that's just kind of a quick update given the budget information that chapters were submitting via the portal, and then kind of bringing all that information together in as it was intended to do centralized procurement of goods and services. So at this point, that's what I have. As Mr. Willie reported, the numbers from our office in terms of the financials, there hasn't been any expending or obligating at this point. So that's all I have to add. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Colleagues, is there a motion? Accept the Controller's report.
Motion
by Inyo.
Second by Charles Newton.
Chairman Henio, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there any comments, questions? Honorable Keelan Begay, floor is yours.
Chairman, good afternoon. 24th Navajo Nation Council. We're really dictating to the chapter, period, by the controller's office, especially the consultant. I mean, I believe they totally don't know the life of Navajo reservation, and I'm sure they are abiding by the policy that was forward from the Treasury. So there's no wiggle room for a lot of our Navajo people to get assisted locally. Now, my question is it normal? Is it normal for a single chapter to buy a mask in amount of 180,000, and then hand sanitizer in amount of 180,000? I mean, I think that's what the chapters are just told to do, to buy these, which is essential items, yes. But where has all those other funding went? The main government was providing those to the Navajo people. From the beginning. And now chapters based on now they're being asked just to buy the PPEs. So the Nabe Bakai or was like paying for their light bill, pay for some of their septic tank. And then you being asked to stay home, wash your hand. But those are not allowable for chapters to spend money or submit their budget. So my question directly is the chapter still have time to modify the budget? Although the 15 million, the Ninigi, I've been sending you, the speaker, and the president, just the three of you. This is another situation. Hit the Schneegelgo. And I'm sure you're receiving thousands of email. But what's the holdup on the $15 million broadband funding? And my understanding, some companies had submitted their RFP and they were selected, but as of today, none of them are getting any document to say that the funding is awarded according to their submission of the RFP. I mean, how much longer? We're talking about almost 3 weeks for no response to these individuals or the company. So I don't know if that's the reason why we're introducing this emergency legislation for any add-on at the 283. Speaker, reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay, you reserve the rest of your time at 1 minute 45 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Controller, for your update. I do appreciate you keeping this body informed of what's been going on. I'm a little bit curious just with the presentation that you provided here. You said that if the chapters take over, that's 110 subrecipient contracts. And I do recall at one time you also informed this body that that is actually considered to be somewhat in the red zone. Can you handle 110 subrecipient contracts? Because we just voted to add a legislation that would remove, I believe, the Office of the Controller from the equation and just give the money directly to the chapter. What I worry about is if any of these funds are mishandled, the Navajo Nation will have to pay back. And so that's what I keep thinking about, and you keep telling us that, and I do appreciate you, telling the chapters what they can and cannot spend funds on. And in a lot of ways, I think that it falls back on us as elected officials when we approve the legislation. Did we read it thoroughly? Because I remember when this legislation came up, I asked about duplication of services and went through the expenditure report. And I asked, is this a duplication of service? Is this a duplication of service? And I recall you kept coming back saying, yes, yes. And you also stated on the record that at the time that you felt that only the consumable products, and I'm looking at my notes right now, consumable products would be allowed. You'd say PPE, essential sanitation, and also I believe you said food. There was also this back and forth debate about equipment being purchased. And I know that you did go on the record and you stated that the purchase of equipment was probably too late and you worried about that. I guess at this point, what I want to know is what are you as the controller? You are the expertise in this field. You are telling us as officials what you are worried about. And then those things that are okay. So with these chapters that are submitting these items, are you okay with the 110 subrecipient contracts? Can you handle this? And then my last question is, what does it mean, or what does it entail to have 110 subrecipient contracts? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council Delegate. The Controller. On behalf of Tonahaling Chapter, Tonalia Chapter, Adada emailed me Ilian na itikit has abo. Ado nata nahonada. Ako Tonahaling peso that the that's the invoice number. Hello. Do yahalna on the hitch Ilia. Ado nata nahonada. Invoice number 2020031. Halakot ako agiya eya na idishkid kuna halito partners nabado aid bayan partnership to by husband ako kwa na idishkid. I reserve my time.
That Honorable Paul Begay, 3 minutes, 56 seconds. Let me go back to the Madam Controller for response. Madam Controller? Mr. Willie?
Oh, Speaker, is it our turn?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
For
all right. Yes, Speaker, Otto, members of council, and Shanaliki Allen Begay. So in general, I just wanted to say that what's going on with this is trying to do something with the little time that we have. So we're having these issues, and I understand. And please remember that the consultants, they work for me, so they represent me and the controller's office. They work on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and the reason why I hired them is for their expertise. I just want to go on record and say that these CARES dollars, administering them and ensuring compliance for the Navajo Nation, it's $714 million. I'm having to double my work outsource and double my FTEs, just so everybody knows. That's the amount of work that's required, and it's nonstop. So, and there's no way I can, without the consultants and outsourcing, there's no way that we can administer these funds in this short of time. If everybody can recall, we got a late start going back and forth and so forth. So I just want to make everybody aware of. And so essentially they keep us out of trouble, and I'm keeping everybody out of trouble. That's the way I look at it. So compliance stays finicky. So I believe you're referring to what's going on right now with the chapters. A lot of them, at this point in time, they are putting things just in PPEs and those types of consumables. And they there's things that we're telling the chapters they cannot do, not only because it's either unallowable or we can't get things done in time. So I can't help that. Like I said, we got a late start. So if we got a late start, that shouldn't be on me. If we're trying to ensure compliance because we're trying to follow federal rules, that's the federal rules. But I'm having to answer for it and get blamed. So, but that's fine because this is an educational process. Light bills, paying for people's light bill is unallowable. If we're going to allow chapters to do it, the Navajo Nation might as well just write a check to pay Treasury back. So auto septic tanks, those things are allowable. In fact, from our office, when DCD wanted to do the community needs assessment, that addresses a lot of the documentation. Our office have even provided templates, justification memos, and so forth to expedite the process. So there is ways to do this, but I feel like a lot of the complaints are the chapters want to do what they want to do. And I can sit here and explain 10 different ways, but the answer is still the answer. So unless the Navajo Nation decides to just put money aside on something that's not allowable, that will cause issues, then they can allow it to happen. But right now, I don't think anybody can afford to do that. So I just really think that we're up against a time frame. And yes, some things 2, 3, 4 months ago would have been allowable if we had the time. But at this point in time, we don't have the time. Things such as projects. I mean, if the chapters could have done projects and they wanted to, and it could be done. Even some of these equipment, we're talking about backhoes, those types of things. Now we're having to wonder, are we able to procure those things, get it here, and I don't know if we can. So that was the whole point of getting the centralized procurement going. So I just wanted to explain that. We did our best so far. We're doing our best. We've given training. We've asked for the information. We've tried to get templates going, and so forth. And it's not my rules, I always say. We're just trying to look at it from the standpoint of following all the rules. Even procurement, we can't sidestep those things, and so forth. So because these things will get audited, I keep saying that too. So I don't know what to tell you other than that. So Otto, in terms of Shadeja, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, am I still on? I hear music.
Colleagues, can you please mute your phone?
Okay, all right. I thought I was on.
Sorry, Madam Controller. Or actually, that wasn't. Hold on, Madam Controller.
So
Hold on, Madam Controller. Staff members, please mute your phones too as well. Thank you. Madam Controller, go ahead.
All right. So Otto, Shadeja, Eugenia Charles Newton, you asked whether 110 subrecipients, whether our office can handle that. And you're right. I'm glad you took notes because at that point in time when the original legislation was being contemplated, and the reason why we're in this situation, how we kept procurement as centralized. So at that point in time, and I forget how long it was, a month ago or a month and a half ago, 110 subrecipient agreements would be a lot. It would be a lot today. Even half of that, let's say the certified chapters want 100, want subrecipient agreements. Even that is problematic. Not to say I don't have the resources. It's more of we not only have to do the agreements, but we have to do the monitoring, cash management, cash disbursement, and all of those things. So there's a lot involved. This isn't general funds monies, which I think is the thought process behind this emergency legislation. Removing OOC from the equation, that's the quote, I think that will be problematic. Because I think this is where people go to jail, because these are federal funds. So it's not just audit findings. It's, if you're intentionally doing things, just to circumvent something, that's a problem. And the reason why I say that is I've been sitting here telling everybody on the record, and Shadeza, you said it a month or the first time this legislation went through, the 7320. I did talk about duplication of services. I said that any assistance, emergency assistance, college assistance, utility assistance, vouchers, gift cards, those are all duplicating the nation's hardship assistance program. And at that point in time, I said, well, most likely we can procure, these consumables. In terms of these big equipment purchases, it's not so much, I think we can justify and say, yeah, we all need backhoes, but can they be delivered? Those are questions I raised. And so in that sense, they're a problem. And so we're at this point in time again, I'm saying the same thing. But if you heard it before and you're hearing it again, but you want to go forward and circumvent your financial division, then that's a problem. Especially when it comes to federal funds. And so I'm not okay with it. I don't know about you, but I have a few licenses that are at risk. And that's why I say these monies, I mean, as much as everybody doesn't want to believe, they do have restrictions. Chapters have asked me the same question over and over again. I explained 4 different ways, and I'm saying this is not allowable. This you're going to have problems with. That one's okay, and those types of things. But so we have our internal deadlines as well. So those have been passed. So it will. I think your other question was what will entail what will the process looks like. We will basically have to stop everything that we're doing right now, and then I guess wait for chapters to tell us which ones will opt in, and then we have to put together a subrecipient agreement. Because with these federal dollars, you don't just make a payment out for no reason at all. There's no way I'm going to allow that. The nation has to have a subrecipient agreement. And keep in mind, all of these activities that you're doing, all the changes that you're doing, has to get reported back to U.S. Treasury as well. So all these changes you're making, it causes a lot of reporting issues at times. And so this one will cause issues for us. And so we cannot make a payment unless we have a subrecipient agreement. So chapters will have to get DUNS numbers, and maybe a handful of the chapters have the internal controls available, or internal controls that are good enough so that we may be able to document so that we can give them the money up front. But for the majority of them, they don't have the internal controls. We would have to work on a reimbursement basis with them, so they cannot get a direct payment. I just want to re-emphasize that these are all federal rules and regulations that apply to these dollars. So no matter how much Navajo law we try to do, at the end of the day, if they're federal dollars, they're federal dollars. So Otto, once we do get the subrecipient agreement in place, we have to figure out the monitoring, the disbursement schedule, the cash management. And again, for cash management, we will probably insist on a reimbursement basis for chapters. So those are all things that have to go into compliance that we, the Navajo Nation, is responsible for. So I just want to make, since my Shadeja asked about that question, I just thought I'd kind of go over that. Otto, Shiaj, Delegate Paul Begay, we're checking on that. The one you're asking about, as you can imagine, we are busy, but I know that won't be my excuse. And so it's the 164. Just so you know, since I have the email, if it's the 164 documents, that's not it. I'll get the information and I'll make sure Mr. Ben or Mr. Willie answers your question by email. So, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Let me go back to the board. Honorable Slater, you're up in the queue. The floor is yours, Honorable Slater.
Point of order, Speaker Keelan.
Point of order, Keelan.
Point of order, Speaker. I believe I posed 4 questions, and I don't know if I'll be using my other reserved time to ask those questions again. Speaker, that's my point of order.
Rob, Mr. Willie? Hold on, Honorable Slater. Madam Controller, there was some questions that were emailed to you by staff, actually to Mr. Willie.
Are you asking about Delegate Paul Begay's specific question?
No, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Okay.
Is Mr. Willie with you?
Yes.
Mr. Willie, on your phone you have from legislative staff. There's 4 questions on there. That was text message to Mr. Willie so he could respond, or he could hand those questions over to you so you could respond, to include that with the response, I guess.
Taking so many.
I guess there was 4 questions that Honorable Keelan Begay raised during his time that he spoke, and you didn't answer all his questions, Madam Controller.
I'm looking at the text message. Number one, chapters have an opportunity to resubmit budget. I would say yes, but understand that this eats into the procurement process. So the more that we're delayed on the budget, the more that eats into the time that we can procure goods and services. I just want everybody to be aware. Normal for chapters to set aside $180,000 to purchase masks. Normal for chapters to set aside $180,000 to purchase gloves. That's question 2 and 3. And earlier I mentioned that because at this late time, I think chapters are feeling that that's the safest to go with, so that's what they're doing. They can't do projects, that takes too long. We don't know if we can secure heavy equipment. I mean, maybe we'll get lucky, there's a vendor that, we can buy $16 million worth of backhoes and et cetera. And then they can't do assistance that's duplicating, and they can do some services if we hurry and get these things procured. So I think some of these consumable things is the safest route and the easiest and the fastest, basically. That's what's going on. Telecom company has, number 4, telecom company has submit RFP, but no response as of today to company. I don't know the specifics on that, but if the chapters took upon themselves an RFP, again, they can submit, if they've submitted the information, again, this is something we're doing not so familiar with. Chapters are and us, what we're doing, keeping every procurement as centralized, is creating some, I guess, misunderstanding, miscommunication, etc. So if a particular chapter is asking for a particular vendor, particular services, all of that, what we're doing is we're lumping everything together to the extent we can use economies of scale to get price breaks, or even to just even the paperwork that's involved. So if we have 110 chapters and one chapter wants to do some sort of contract, that will take an emergency procurement memo, all the different justifications if needed, and all of that has to get submitted by DCD. So to the extent we can, if like more than one chapter wants to do something, we're putting it together. We're going to try to do one contract. That's what we're doing. So I'm not sure about a particular RFP, but basically the procurement in terms of CARES is centralized with the nation through DCD, and we're helping OC, we're helping on the procurement side to try to expedite those procurement. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that. So I think I answered the best I can with the available information on some specifics. So yeah.
Thank you, Madam Controller. That, let me go back to then Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Controller. My question is, how many subrecipient agreements do you anticipate completing, or not completing, but have been imagined thus far? And how many have been completed from all of the CARES Act legislations without consideration of this chapter expenditure legislation? And then what's been the average time from start to finish for completing these subrecipient agreements? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Almost later, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 22 seconds. That, I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to you, Madam Controller, for a response.
So I can speak about the other subrecipient agreements. We have a total of 20, and the time frame in which they get done. So keep in mind, the subrecipient agreements, we did have a template, although they still require everybody, it still is required to go through the 164 process. So we have to have a scope of work, we have to have a budget, so we have to have some idea on how a sub-grantee is going to utilize the funds and the scope of work, the budget. We also have to agree on a disbursement schedule. And so start to finish, I'm trying to remember how long it took. It took a few weeks, I would say, when the CJY 67-20 came into play. So some of them are not even completed. I say that because we had 8 subrecipients for 638 healthcare facilities. And as I understand, we don't have disbursement schedules because I believe they are waiting on board action. So to this day, some of those are not paid out. Some of the way they work is that those are encumbered, they're agreements, and we have to monitor them every month. What they do is they submit all their receipts, mostly all their receipts they have to upload into our portal. So we monitor them. We also pay out every month, but we actually require them to report and upload all the receipts before we issue the next month's payment. We also do a risk assessment on every one of the subrecipients. More than likely, chapters will be high risk, as most of the subrecipient, including NTUA, were high risk. I think the only one that wasn't as high was Diné College and NTU, because they're familiar with handling federal grants and so forth. But it's under federal rules and regulations, the uniform guidance require us as the prime recipient of the CARES funds to do all the risk assessment, the subrecipient agreement, the subrecipient monitoring, cash management, and the disbursement schedules. So that's what's involved. That is the reason why initially doing 110 subrecipient agreement was going to take a lot of work. We were prepared to do that early on, but legislatively it didn't really happen until a month ago. But at that point, it was still, we were running out of time, so the compromise was to do centralized procurement and to keep the nation as the prime recipient of these dollars. So these subrecipient agreements are ongoing until they spend all their money, and so right now they're not completed. The other legislation that's before council right now, the NTUA, we're actually trying to assess to see what impacts that will have regarding not only U.S. Treasury reporting, but also how it affects the subrecipient agreements as well. So just wanted to let everybody know. Hope that answers your question. Let me know if you have.
Thank you, Controller. That, colleagues, go back to floor. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, on the special session and the report that was provided. Yo na the kid, Akwanda. They has on the we saw face which that is in house a face of bando in the code always in so they data firm higher batilia. I see the bohotlin halong yatashki. I see the bohonet saran halong. One he kitchen darnish. Over down, Kojaya, the chapters, face which it on then don't nisha. Jopida, don't that on hitna. The here, how come be his auntie, but not your bane dailish. A she ni. What they know? Ye yata they know. Try that federal government. Peso. Shinza peso. I don't hear Kaya. It's on. Hey, to support Lin Hallo. The here, you have his eye, the Hallo. Okay, could you be his eye, Yaki, then in legislation, she be got that she did 270, 283-20. Tito Bando. What the chapters all done, they did transly. But I quit say yatash here. On one hand, they talk like this. On the other hand, they have thought that on. They were hired to do this, and they're supposed to be working for us. Yeah, I see. Maybe we should just cut them off. Maybe we should just stop paying them if they're going to be hard knocks like that to us. Because we have 27,000 square miles, and they don't know the terrain, they don't know the area. Cares money. We're sending it to them. The other question is, this portal, is it working? Is it actually helping our people? What these lady chapters done? No, I see this portal. It's like a ballot done. It's like a voting ballot. Called the Fiada Eta. Shishani did it, but not a peso bandonish. Dona Kindlo, Skito. What Lana needs in day. What this? So I got two questions in this. Ishmanina. What that? And I'm sure I'm here's the same thing, but maybe it's time that we start examining who these firms are and who we're hiring. And I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Daniel. Add me to the queue.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith. 1 minute, 28 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Out of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, thank you for the report. Controller, you get your report in. I am so frustrated. For my chapters, this is allowed. This is not allowable. No, I think that controller. I know in the data these heavy equipment it can be justified.
nani ida dashlish adonana pedona greater burial that we get we get out of ben daito and so every should it is even yende ko so kare ito big gata nana hanno o ko on first case of the where was just a controller ko da na necessity the halit elan sai baba first case ko is this too much so what other on first case ka ashbe na so what other on first case ka ko was just a so either I think should be I'm saying this for my chapters all the 110 chapters I should keep it up. We still have some patients out there, COVID patients, that are recovering, that are in hospital. Yes, heavy equipment. It can be justified. There's some heavy equipment in these border towns like Farmington, Harper Hills, John Deere, Tom Brownie, when they have some heavy equipment, they don't die to get chapters, but what I don't miss. If I have to, I'll take out my keys. Not that I responsibility. I used to be a heavy equipment operator, even now, understand. So, I don't let's make it possible for our Navajo people, yeah. So, I'm so frustrated. When legislation 0197 was going forward, but now can chapters get backhoes with these CARES Act dollars? And that I voted in favor. I would have voted against the legislation. Not looking for moving forward. Seems like the is the bottleneck at the whole just a that so not for the yin down, but we don't be got no how to speak with Mr. Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 30 seconds. I don't have anybody else. Hello?
Freeland.
Freeland.
Daniel Show.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead. Chairman So, I'll put you in the queue.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Controller, for that update. I feel the same resignation as my brother just mentioned. I have 8 chapters. My chapters are very rural, and for the most part, we have dirt roads.
Honorable Freeland.
Yeah, when I get started, I get muted. Thank you, Speaker. I hope that wasn't taking off my time. Thank you, Nana. I agree with my brother what he just mentioned. I have 8 chapters, and majority of probably 7 of my 8 chapters are very rural. And I agree that the heavy equipment situation it can be justified. And the majority of our roads out here are dirt, and the majority of our people are living without running water or electricity. And a lot of them are wanting assistance with utility payments. And I have one family in Crown Point that has a $4,000 utility bill. And the family, the parents lost their jobs. What are we supposed to tell these folks? No. And these types of scenarios are real. It's a reality. And when we have chapters that are doing their due diligence, my 8 chapters have been working hard, doing their community assessments, submitting their budgets. I will vouch for them, and I will go to the lengths of any degree to to make sure that, you know, they are being accountable. They are helping our people the best way that they can. And when things continuously change, you know, it's like, okay, they asked me and I haven't heard anything yet myself. That's why I asked for this report. What is allowed and what's not allowed? It seems like a lot of what the Fed is telling us relates to metropolitan or urban areas. We don't have pavement. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have streetlights out here. We have dirt roads. We have our people hauling water. We have our people living with generators. That's a hardship right there in its own. And I think, you know, there's a real distinction between what is portrayed by the U.S. Treasury versus the reality of what our people are living with. So I just wanted to make those points as well, Speaker. And yeah, I do reserve the rest of my time, and thank you.
That. Alma Freeland, 2 minutes, 43 seconds. We go on down to Honorable Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll go back to you, Madam Controller. Chairman So?
Oh, yeah, Lance, it was great to see you and the staff at the chambers earlier. I'm back on the road, but Madam Controller, I guess the one thing that with this pandemic, the healthcare system acknowledges that it's the multi-generational homes is where some of the community spread has occurred. And what that tells me is when we're trying to get a bathroom addition, it doesn't just serve that person that's named as the one to receive the assistance. It's the young parents, the grandkids that are part of that household. Is there a way that a portal can be made to where a recipient then lists that household to make it justified that it's not just going for one person? Just the way the electrical hookups, how is it allowable for NQA to hook up a home with just a person's name? Yet at the other end, it's not allowable to have the chapter fund a service line agreement that houses 5, 6, and sometimes even 12 people in the home, even though it's just the homeowner's name. How can we develop a portal that will justify that this assistance isn't just for one person? That, as well as the water line hookups. The other is the fact that the backhoe, the backhoe can be used in an effort to also dig the water line to a specific home. The homeowner is responsible from the meter to their home. And in some cases, the meter ends up being 150 feet away from their actual hookup. So there is that aspect that has to be considered. How can we, make the system work for us? What exists out here, how can we make it to where it meets the requirements? And generally, that's yes, hear it. Just today, my LDA reported that the chapter's blaming the council for making it stringent. And it's not the council. And how do we make this CARES Act, the monies, useful as a tool and not as a barrier, not as a fence. And that's where I think we really need some meeting of the mind to allow what would be the expansion of the great American dream, to have a house that's got water, running water, electricity, good road to their house, at least decent enough in our time. That is the extent of my presentation. How can we make this what you established? How can we adjust the portal to include the aspect of a hookup serves more than one person, and this electrical assistance, utility assistance, that's also multi-use. Have the person that's going to be helped list the people in that household, and that way it's not assistant to just one person. And with that, Speaker, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Daniel, so that was your time, excluded 5 minutes. Back to you, Madam Controller, for response.
Okay, Speaker, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto, Tete, Ade, Beniding's kids, you said are the consultants taking over, and I have to say no, because the consultants that I hired, and in order for my office to ensure compliance and carry out the work that's required, that comes with the $714 million, I had to outsource work. I cannot do it by myself. Keep in mind, on an annual basis, the Navajo Nation gets about a little over $300 million that gets reported on the nation's, what we call the FIFA schedule. And so now you can imagine double that we're working with, that we had from May until next month to essentially expend and ensure compliance. So that is an impossibility to do with just my in-house staff. So the consultants that you're referring to, they were deployed particularly for this 73-20 to give guidance to the chapters, and for that, then now they're getting blamed. So they were meant to be utilized as a resource, to be advisors, and so now they're getting blamed. So if you decide to make me get rid of them, that will be a major problem. We will have problems regarding compliance. We will have problems reporting to Treasury. I will have problems doing my work. So just so you know, for the record. Portal is like a ballot. I think you're referring to the hardship application. Usually people like to blame other people. So in this case, we're getting blamed for a database that is not the best. So leadership has chosen to do a hardship program. You guys all voted on it. So we are carrying out those wishes. And in carrying out those wishes, we have to work with what we have. So what we have is a database that is incomplete. spotty. And then we're also working with a system that is paper heavy. The Vital Records Office is what I'm talking about. But yet we're expected to carry out the largest hardship assistance program in the nation, not just for a tribe, but for any government, state and local, because we have what we estimate is over 300,000 Navajos. So yes, it will not be perfect. We are working with what we have. Inside of a month, we got to fix this database. If we fix the database, then we have a better online application process. We're working the best we can. And so even on the paper process, we have a paper, the ballot looking thing that you're referring to, that's meant for, for us to scan, and the portal itself is a repository so that when U.S. Treasury comes in or Moss Adams as our external auditors come in, just so you know, Monday, what's today? Monday was our meeting with Moss Adams, and they will be auditing us on a lot of these CARES that we're doing. And so the portal itself is a repository meant so that when the auditors come through, we are audit ready. So that is the reason why we're running everything through the portal, especially these hardship applications. We are following Treasury guidance so that the nation doesn't have any issues when U.S. Treasury comes through. So keep in mind. So Otto, Herman Daniels. I'm frustrated too. The monies came in May, and nothing was done until August. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, or actually I would say there's no legislation that got signed until July. So that's 1, 2, 3 months. 3 months went by after these monies came into our bank account. Before CJN 47-20 got signed. And so, and then this chapter 1 that you're referring to, that didn't get signed until October 9th. So we're expected to expend these dollars with these time frames. And then now everybody's frustrated. I'm frustrated too, because now it all falls on my shoulder. So we didn't act right away. The pandemic, no, ado ebeni na che based on the hidden kolia, a ko on here date, ado July and on the hahoji and on the da. These legislations go back and forth. For the chapters, October 9th, I do recall an earlier legislation that got line item vetoed. So still on here date. So the nation still so in terms of the chapters, all the frustration, I mean, I'm having to repeat myself all the time, reminding everybody these are federal dollars. If they were general funds, we'd be in a different situation. And with that, federal funds comes restriction. So the key the she because even when the original, the 73-20 and she took notes, I pretty much was saying the same thing. some of the things we can carry out. I don't know if we can carry out. So, to keep those things in mind. So at this point in time, yes, some of these things are not allowable, and there's lots of reasons for that. And so, although there's some things that we say can be allowable, I keep hearing this about the backhoes and the heavy equipment. We're not saying that those are unallowable. In fact, our consultants that are talking to the chapters, they pretty much say they're high risk. High risk means that when Treasury comes in, they're going to say, why'd you buy it at this point in time? You didn't get it delivered, those things. We run those risks. If a backhoe gets ordered and it doesn't get delivered, then because we cannot use CARES money. So we have, at this point in time, we have the timelines that we have. So on those heavy equipment, I just want to make clear to everyone, we did not say that that's unallowable. We said it's high risk, it's a problem because you have to have it delivered and tagged. And so that's where I just want to make clear. And I think Shiar said whether I'm overworked. I don't know. I get up every day. I dream about the hardship every night. Sometimes I talk in my sleep. But I'm here. The staff is here. I have 120 staff in-house, and I have about 130 outsourced working on this every day. So if we have changes, we have to account for those changes. But we're up against the time. I mean, we can sit here and blame each other and everybody, but at the end of the day, I'm going to remind everybody, these monies came in May. We do not have the first legislation approved and signed by the president until July 4th. I don't even remember, I think another month passed before we got the budgets in. And so the last legislation got signed by October 9th. That's about a month ago. And we're expected to do all of these things at the last minute. So I just want to go on record and remind everybody where we come from in the last few months. And bottlenecks in Window-Rock, I mean, my job is to ensure compliance. I do not see myself as or whatever. I see myself as making sure the Navajo Nation does the right thing. I think myself and every one of you have a fiduciary responsibility. You have a fiduciary duty to expend these dollars the right way because they're public monies, taxpayer monies. And so we got to balance that with what people want us to do. I know everybody wants to spend it for emergency assistance at the chapter, or to buy gift cards or vouchers, or to pay that person's utility bill. That's not to say the needs are out there. They are out there. I know the chapters want a backhoe for, COVID, related deaths, and those things. But we also have to balance against what we cannot do with these dollars. So we have that duty and obligation to make sure that we follow the rules as well. Because if we don't want to follow the rules, then because Treasury will come in and say, sure, this one is a high risk, and sure enough, they will say, and all those consultants that I hired, they know. They have contacts with Treasury, they have contacts with AICPA, GASB, and they all are looking at how this thing will get audited. So we make our recommendations so that at some point in time, we're not paying these things back and we don't have audit findings that create future headaches for the Navajo Nation. So Auto Delegate Freeling. Yes, I just want to mention, I know you've been CC'd on some of the emails in our exchange with chapters and so forth. One of the things that we were put in a position of, which is very hard for the controller's office, is when people ask us, give us a list of what's the do's and the don'ts. And it's hard for us to do that because there are some gray areas. And every chapter is different. They have a different set of circumstances. So we can't say this is all right for this over here. This is, there's not one fits all type of rules. So that is the reason why from our office to provide support and resources for the chapter, we assign people so that they can get advice, and that's what we've been doing. So we can kind of say, well, if you go here, it's high risk, and controller's office would have to make the final call and so forth. But that's what we're doing. So I mean, I'm frustrated too because I'm sitting here having to explain this over and over a lot. But I'm okay because I can do that, and I have it down, I think. So Auto Delegate Chair Daniel So, I think some of the issues is in the way you talked about some of these projects, like say your bathroom addition, and some of these homes are multi-generational homes, or if we have regarding some of these types of projects, it's not that we're saying that these are unallowable. I just want to be clear. It's what we're saying is we're at the 11th hour and we're trying to do something. And I know we've talked to chapters where they said, well, we don't care if it doesn't get finished, if a project doesn't get finished. But we should care if a project doesn't get finished. That's where we're saying, if this project doesn't get finished, then we run into problems. The nation does. Because then we're going to have to look around and say, wait a minute, we used CARES money for this, and now this project's not going to get done. In order for the nation to not get an audit finding or get asked to pay back, we're going to have to look for funds, other funds to use instead of CARES. Those are things we're faced with. So it's more of the timing issue that I feel like is frustrating people. We're at the 9th hour and people are told they can't do something, but if we can't do it, we can't do it. And if you guys want to do it, then show me where you're going to get the money to pay back, because that's what will happen. I think that's all. If I miss a question, let me know, but I think I answered your question. So, Ado Hihatin Daidosh Kitty.
Thank you, Madam Controller. That, let me go back to the board. A couple of two of my colleagues that have joined in. Honorable Stewart, let me go to you.
Thank you, Tila. Speaker, Aro Koro, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Arunda Shanala, Aro Islam Sangi, Aro Hobbit Keapikado, worldwide. Shanala Kwanandesh Kidole, E water truck.egi, barrels.egi, flatbed pumps.egi, quadat ya nihya quadat dio but khata shaki tsal so begel chi when lo ni ji the quadat ya he less a del ya quadat tani zendi no around the back hose so around the corner so and two-way payments or frontier that a kid that see so ASC de kliniki a bitch and wheel na a quadon he can't lead this abiga no ako a down lani no a ben not go in him not at hada delia auto construction get sort the no by ani akwat and a quadro a yan the quiz kanda a ya quadro la email he da la jackrabbit homes down no corner ako a quat a chapters da many a but now hoshna and the aquadano ko a digi a ya koro a ya 10 community members on linigi da bitch it da has a gi pawan da denigi sa bajo bago ya keta hat in cardboard box da na halden tents da camping tents you end up is ka ako ko that a gi a ya bijit the ka de ya do ko gi so a ya resolution the chapter support da yila a gi shan shanala ako di ko a ya da etani kero ko ya chapters with national aya is changing has not his con that has con that I hate list aya day to day agi aya on his not hashing but the snow officials and linigi chapter staff and linigi put abilji ya best ke that the aya dot dan his net that the aya di put out a nana zadan ako changing hit out nana to left the snow which hanasti ako jodi ko aya ani en net hashnagi nala that's as though I think that's all yeah AST there ko a bit down yeah lani hisne ko inle the car in zo then hisno ko a bit na che ko ta adelia to ko submit da yila aro not yeah sabet na da yila aro ko baker chili so the nehle to chapter just not nish ko a sabet email isla shna hosna shit email nan in stop it snow yeah, could see what the progress around the chapters, no. Yeah, also connect, so to some degree, yeah, I follow what my chapters are doing, where they get blocked. That's only but quite in this case, another don't understand. It's after that ASC. Though the negative author, another. It's the communication that so. The process of that auto kodogi portal, the applications that they get them. What can we do? I have volunteers wanting to come in. I can't because of the building, the allowability of the building staff included. Even now, we have it under control. I don't want to get anybody infected. On this condition, I'll consult it and then reserve my time if I have any left.
That reserve time, Honorable Stewart, with 50 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, good afternoon.
Oh.
Discussion, speakers, thank you very much for being on speaker of this 2020 Navajo Nation Council and also 24 Navajo Nation Council. I don't see ready for the permit. Shady of a house, this IGA, yeah. Be consultant, yeah, about her especially with this finance office. We have a higher position, the county manager that has Kandi able initiative or leave on the day down Abaha. Not just here, OOC. This is spoke on a 2021 comprehensive budget. And that's a yes to thought keep it that care at fund 50. Hunted up within care county matter than limited up there. Just a procurement to get under a 638 contract law. At the opposite is that contract. The term of conditions is the same. Up there in Canada, we don't have to pay consultants. So if our critique on in the Navajo Nation, the grassroots people cheat on in the what are put these guys in the test. A county manager, put them to work. All yes, staff inside, Mr. No, all yes, is there. The other inside, the open time, Miss Consultant, and what they need up in the Any day, not on in that, this heavy equipment operating machine, they ask for. So, what I need from you is that. Have these consultants requested for prior approval if this heavy equipment machine is authorized? Even the they are not officers. They contract, they 638 on their U.S. traders. Give it that answer says your request is to take leave and unlawful cost. But so, even the yes, we all consultant that they are need for the cost. Because in or said a husband and it is the Talia has seen Mr. Freeman. Eki Tari, even live a lot that the Adicata has any that. But did I don't they called as a consultant? Did they research why they said this unlawful cost? Sure, I see that too. Unlawful cost at this and so on the share point the sugar the not the kid on the airport not at the end so the not the skip later. I thought consult about that naturally and she's a manager. What querying and she better to see maybe instead of paying so much to consultant. It also by your skip I must not the query is too much pay to consultant. Nisha budget is up no. We don't have to do that anyway. Go that route, man. We could do our own accounting with the Navajo Nation. The county manager done. Then this is the first time I see higher. They have a higher degree in the finance office. Instead of husband, she seven years hired to have the so on. So they buy us. Everyone's about reserve to save my time. Speaker, I'm pushing chat and go back on mute now.
Every time exactly 1 minute. That. Everybody else in queue, let me go back to Madam Controller. Madam Controller, only Eugene, so I'll put you in the queue. I have.
Okay, Speaker.
Yes.
Do you want me to answer now?
Yeah.
Okay. Aro Speaker, Aro members of council, Aro Shinaliquido, the Naidin Kitigi, Delegate Stewart. I believe you're asking about whether some of these things were allowable in your respective chapters. They put in their information. So some of the things that you're naming off, of course, they're the water trucks, flatbed, the backhoes and things like that. They're requesting that. Essentially, we asked the chapters to submit their information. Will do the centralized procurement of goods and services that the no ebini nache on in the 110 chapters Ecuador, they'll submit their needs assessment and then their budgets. That gives us an idea of what they're thinking. Of course, we got a lot of questions. We did the back and forth of training, and of course, I mentioned our consultants. They did the daily, being on the phone with their respective chapters, getting advice that way. So that's what we did. Most of it is, of course, to educate, just like what I do with you all here at this level. Same thing what I do with the departments and programs, especially the ones that don't handle federal funds. It's an educational process along the way. So we do have the information. We got them, and we've compiled them, and now the next process and the next step, we reviewed all the information. Some of the information we needed is for documentation that's federally required. Some of them we're going to have to go back and ask for more information, etc. Some of them are just unallowable. But to the extent we can, again, pull everything together and go forward with procurement, that's what we're doing, unless there's any other changes. So we have the information, so we can go forward with that. In terms of Shizada, Delegate Yellowhair, you and I, we always have this conversation. So I would think I know how to administer the Office of the Controller. So auto managers, just for the record, I just want to let everybody know our office we take care of over $300 million in federal awards. So on a normal basis, without a pandemic, without the CARES, and throw $714 million on top of it. Even though the money came in May, we finally got started towards the end of August. So between August and December, we're expected to expend and ensure compliance of over $714 million. Some of my other managers, payroll, they do their regular job. Their regular job is to ensure biweekly payments for anywhere between 5,000 to 7,000 employees. They do it like clockwork. But what we threw on top of their regular duties is the special duty pay. In the beginning, back in May, the special duty pay was just for those frontline workers and essential workers who were working while the government was shut down. We still are processing those payments because everybody declared themselves essential. So that manager not only handles the biweekly payroll, her and her staff handle the special duty pay that we've got inundated with. So my other manager, contract accounting, not only handles over 4,000 grants that the nation has, but now we're handling $714 million of CARES funding on top of that. So you tell me whether they're doing their job. My other manager handles $5 billion in investments. He's doing his job. We're having an investment committee meeting next week. We're doing our job like clockwork. So for people to think that I can't function without outsourcing some of the CARES work is insane. I'll tell you that as not only the controller, but a licensed profession. And if you think you can do the work better, enlighten me, because I need all the help I can get right now. So I beg to differ in your observation. I'm not sure where you're getting your information. So in terms of asking Treasury, just like you would, regarding other federal funding, whether something is allowable. In terms of CARES, Treasury is not even answering AICPA. And I don't know if you know who AICPA is, but AICPA or Treasury is clarifying what you can and cannot do with CARES dollars through their updates, that, you know, their Treasury guidance update and their FAQs. FAQ 58 specifically talks about equipment such as your backhoes and those things. So that's what we're going by. So to answer those questions for you,
Thank you, Madam Controller. That, let me go back to floor. Two new colleagues. Honorable Eugene So, go ahead, the floor is yours.
I don't just speaker. I'm kind of got scared, kind of controlled. We don't know what to do in this nation. The she's so hoping. That's not kind of a meeting I don't want to sit in on. The creation sources are needed. It's how she needs to. Father Yahoki on, put each other down. The idea I'm not the best educated person in the whole 24th Navajo Council, as I would understand. But still, I got eyes and ears. I got feelings. I got my voice. I see the other industry for the last 58 years. So, since the time we got the money, that was an emergency money. And we would have took it as that, we wouldn't have any sense left. As I said before, it seems that we're at a meeting where we do say the same thing again. Everybody else. By that, so that's we have meetings like this every week, the story on the same term, the same question, etc. So we're at that week again, I guess. That's not even high to one long because it's all of that on information really met with the family. Even if it's hard, there's no emergency money for those people out there, not to one chapter or one project, etc. This is emergency. Jesus, we don't use. Hey, you keep in the you're with their coffee. Christmas is such a late now as council delegate. That's why all that prolonged everything. For you to do that, all those projects have different laws that they can do. Some has to go to clearance, etc. They do based on that emergency. But the other people don't even that, which is not the may not based on time. And not all Christian much is linked at the Barnett or not based on Barnett. All of the heritage, all your business, but listen, the thing was March. I feel not all Italian, and I don't feel good about it because there's people listening. What are we doing? That's why they hard see. I'm sorry, but Council does them. I feel excited about it. When are we going to spend some money? I thought that if I, as emergency, go in the Carlo, in the control of the Huiliago, I was for you right on there. On the opposite of it. For me, everybody's educated. If they went to one day of school or they have so many bachelor's degrees, to me, they all look the same. That's why I need that. But I administration. Controllers, in the peace condition, which is it's part of what so we can't buy it in a different legislation. It is Dane's kid all this, but she doesn't have to answer me back on it. She can email me in regards to that issue that I have, which is that permanent trust fund balance for my legislation in the region. LOC, Legislative Council, which we or are they here to what I was asking as a controller. They do, yeah. How since email and this action with all this. It says all this on it, but I don't want to go through all this thing over and over. I had enough of it. It's time to roll it. Okay, I'm going to yeah. I reserve my time on it. I'll do it that way.
Hey, with that, Eugene, so 50 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto. So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Members of the Council. Madam Controller. Da initial with Egon Hitching on da initial could you hold you? Other quiz, I believe the status should have been about, it's pretty much the same. No, but I did George Nistor de Hair, I did not need Cago, I didn't hit that Yakude, not I did Fish Hanebe, I did Benani, which is Congo, a kept a hole, and I initiated that Ben getting his horse. I'll go kept a hundred horse. Bananas, you do is niche. Ako dali ego love banana share over charge ade yahanane close. Ako oyo shikashi yeah. It got na kita more than na clear. Chip what up I guarantee you someone's gonna ask for an update Thursday again. I didn't know but get now hot nego. I did Thursday. What I did not a chapter by Yanan kidney now what's that? Call not I can't not Yana. I don't let her do her job. Go what go Kadea fishing at Hale Kiddo. I did what I hit a star go. I didn't need it. Yan de do yan da this ane go kick this do kick ya ika this in ako kwage o three hudo ahe kwage ni na koko ya kwage ye ako go bezati but ani keko ya ya the controller requires a certain degree and certain licenses. These requirements where it requires an accountant degree and these other things, take it out. But again, the policy for the office of the controller is that she has to have a license. She has to be licensed CPA. What the? If Friday so that will go again, thank you for your report, Madam Controller. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. So let me go back to Madam Controller.
Otto, Speaker, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Aro hiha ade konho jishigi. Aro shiaj delegate Eugene So. Hiha bahin zigi. Aro chata eya aban hansende. Dohadish ketan sende. Aro hodish kehodeya ya nanatesha. Aro Hashit Aushin dan hitna kan do shido hashit. Shamado shija nashitnez kan do hazad cheya ba hojil yansa da nisha. Eshin kut esha. So hopefully everybody takes that into consideration. So Ado shitazindo sto ani kut idan sto bias when these monies came in skinso tu don't eat the snow bias tit the neshin ya tit the honi Ado project ani bati kai Ado I recall a memo that I wrote in July Ado di kutat additional alcohol ado hostan eyasto abanas. So ado sin abasti conditionita do the nesting sabike dasti do hit the hose ni do hit the hose ne diha isinasni gi beninase e beninase e based on his kolya Asian stop, Asian sourcing, Padashin dad in there, Bola Adalia, Ara could hodisho, a hot outside, sad liniki, hot egla. Ada saying up in na, put the hot at stock, put the hot dishes, donasni, that coning kanasni. So, Ado, yeah. You're the voice of reason on Santa. Yes. Ado shija delegate Ado so Ado yeah. On the chata once in a while to each side in our office. But meetings they uyiban kai so yes Congo ya OPVP cares update nana. So Ado there was one on Monday, today is Tuesday, budget and finance, and this one this afternoon. I know this was a report just on the chapter update, but it's Yugo Eyabanasis Netobin kids. So it's on a daily basis. Ebini Nacha Eya Tata Ashwashinda Eyashkitla. So it is a lot of work, but we're here to give updates if we need to. OOC, Office of the Controller's website, we change it on a daily basis. Beso today to down inigi, what's being expended, what's being in open commitment. So that's a wealth of information there. Anything CARES related, we put that on the website. So not just the chapters, but all the legislations that we have. Some of them, they're pretty much done. The monies have gone out. Some of them, they're in process. We have a number of things that we're doing. In addition to the chapters, we have the subrecipient monitoring for the 20 subrecipients on those projects. We have our own $20 million that we need to spend as well. So there's a lot of things that we're doing, not just with CARES, but all the things that we do on a daily basis. So there's a lot of work involved. So and a lot of meetings and so forth. So I appreciate your consideration and your comments.
Thank you, Madam Controller. With that, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time, let me go to Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. And I don't got on Hilajan Harasanta, Honorable Damon. Now, Curtinson, I was special on Nostenigi, and the Lebanon Arjun of Sen Hitlas Ago, Dan Ago, Nail Tona Din Dini Tlingo, Yegon Hinanish Il. I don't the Koro, Madam Controller in Hitlan Legi, Koro Miss Kurt. Robert Willie, the Adjournment, this in gay here. I don't care in his last turn, then a gay compass on Honorable Eugene So. I don't kill on the gate or Raymond Smith Jr. Here, thank you for your service. Though I'm not, but I not, I guess the last turn, not then again. But all the cares act by Nate Gido and hit your report in the gay. I don't have this on Sunday, not so, our cronies then. Oban just case go controller Hoshen Kedo I see Hoshen Kedo like Henson what outside I don't show I see it cheese it oh that he saw that the whole year saw Diego in Hutton Tingo I see big air we got Saido I had it is it'll be got oh, proper the corn, the point of order, not that. It'll be got. Where's the inhabitant? A cotty roa near what in Hitchians cakey. A sedan is not sent let no, the Honabish killed the no. Should I put on a bunch case? I knew that you could not still out and sent it on Dale, still since I sit in a bit killed out, put there your car. I said December 30th, could your car to none tire. The handy or change a handy banana, she gave me the lace of banana, she's in a could Yego, no, it's a Sunday still a bigger. Oh, what hour, Rush, Yash, or a day. I should not be careful, tick at the Queen days, the change of a kitchen hall, geez. I should be at the town, someone just case. Because this thing has been here, so we get our Thompson. I not so late or accept that the list or legislation which that they can't sign yet. Okay, thank you very much. God bless you all.
Let's go. I want to back in this
Thank you. With that, moving on down. I don't have anybody else on the board, so I'm gonna go back to reserve time. I'm Keon McGee.
Delegate James here.
1 minute, 45 seconds. I'm Keon McGee.
Speaker, Shantana Sendigi. She could donate a Sato chapter card dish was what should never card dish was a Bakahash kit. Of course, Nala, she hit out very don't and just kit to hit out on Jahasita. I just needed the answer, period. I don't just imagine what we're going through for those of us that have more than one chapters, or for those of us that attend chapters, are engaged with our Navajo people, the community member. Just imagine what we're going through as well. What ego be hundreds on sheet of big at on neo, but he be nika to being never cut this was. You see, yes, man, the ship ever cut this was, ever cut this was. What are in test case? Benina go dig at the quick has Ashina and this kitty a but the only one I need to get a response is the 15 million after Shne telecommunication. But yet today, not too much of telecommunication was constructed across the Navajo Nation. Autodik a greater that the chapters in the etiquette is that so those are some questions specifically from the local chapter official, and that tells me that the local ASC office and Division of Community Development are not that effective in clarifying So sometimes we have to step in to get clarification on behalf of the local chapter and the community. So आज तो नन दिन की बात नहीं तो आज पाये शे ए पाया स्थिति का तस्ला लहंदा अतरी पता तस्हा की अकोबन नागन controller शनाले ये को अंतेरो खुदो ए आशी ये को खुदो नजीलो अत अकोबन नाचको जो ए खुदो शिशजीरो इनाइटे किदो लेतो अके हनान दिश नीदो ले. So with that, I'm just asking specifically that the telecommunication funding needs to be expedited because they're on a timeline, and that some companies have submitted their RFPs and are not being getting any response. According to ego got assured otusna akatija alle abayat alle abay basically to alle abayet to jot in hatagi that don't hit is tago go kapchiti di misla alle khat bita inni sto to hot a the chahna but chahna need kahi jon need what but she says zinki is it never addition my 5 chapters the people the community members are about this go I have seat on the speaker yeah.
Time. Right on the dot. Count McGee. That moving down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. 2 minutes. 7 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask you, which chapter said to give to the hardship? You mentioned that earlier. Second is, I do want to point out that PPEs are being purchased from the Navajo Department of Health. We also have chapters that are making PPE purchases, donations are coming in of PPE. Even the president said that he was going to be giving 2 masks to every Navajo. And so I think there's enough for every Navajo person per the CARES money. I also want to state that the time frame and the frustration that seems to be happening in life, I hope all of the vetoes that our president has done since receiving this CARES money. I want to apologize, Madam Controller, for what has been said here. I think you're doing the best that you can under these circumstances. You stated that your job is to ensure compliance and that we as elected officials, we all have that duty and obligation to make sure that these funds are that they're used properly and that we were all voted in to represent the people. I think that blaming you for the guidelines that you're trying to ensure that we are complying with is really not fair. You have consistently told this legislative body to read the FAQs with the CARES, and I can admit I did read I kept up with it. I haven't kept up with it in the last month. You have your CPA degree, you have a JD, you have that expertise to tell us whether we are in compliance or not. And I agree 100% that the money came in May, and 3 months went by before we finally decided who was going to decide how this money was going to be spent. We went round and round with the 3-branch chiefs agreement, and we had to try to get permission from the 3-branch chiefs, and we wasted a lot of time. So in my opinion, I think that the vetoes that the president did are to blame. There was so much time lost with us going back and forth trying to make these types of decisions. And just to be clear, I just want to say thank you, Madam Controller, for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay, 3 minutes, 56 seconds.
Thank you, Chair or Speaker, honorable delegates, those on the air. Oh, Yanada, let's move forward. You did Cuban. I'm going to yield the rest of my time
let's move forward and let's back up the controller. Put some words of encouragement behind these efforts. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Paul Vier. Moving on down, Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 22 seconds.
I'll yield my time, Speaker.
Hello, are we still on?
Hey, thank you, Honorable Slater.
I can hear you.
With that, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 28 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening in. Just the main point is we hear it from the chapters, we hear it from the people, and they want results. And I keep seeing signs out there when I drive along the road. Quit the talk and do action. I agree with that. That's all we seem to do. Oh, by yeti, oh, by yeti. Let's do some action. Let's get some of these things done. We've seen NTUA doing some projects. We've seen them get thus far. I know my Che's talking about telecommunications. That's his #1 project. And I see other projects that could be done. But it seems to be just every time we get together, we want to talk about this, but it just goes round and round and round and round. But I think the time is that we get together and we say, and stay with that course and move with that course and get things done for our people. The people are the first things that we need to focus on to get this CARES money. It's an emergency money. Yeah, it's not going to be perfect. Yeah, it's going to be some audit issues. Yeah, but we may have to pay a little back. We learn as we go. This is the first time we ever had emergency money. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Smith. That, moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute, 38 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Controller. Not what I did. Friday at I meeting to today. Because I'm hearing from my people, from my community, for 4 chapters. I don't know, my brother, Delegate Freeling, has 8 chapters. I don't know, and it's a by it is not. I'm a cynic. Things are best by that or Mr. I don't know, could do that. The not a cynic could yesterday, Nana could control. It's a nation consult, it's what the nation, so she has time to listen to us. Say things and could I don't know, the federal government, 714 million. In the metropolitan areas, young sections now, what are chaos in the Halon Han sections of Bethany, but it can be justified, these heavy equipment. And they come out here, show them the area. What the hell? Development is hard, I don't know, Navajo Mountain. It can be justified. Some of these equipment that other necessities that so it is bad. This Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 43 seconds.
can you hear me? Speaker.
Oh, yes. 2 minutes and
Can you hear me
43
now?
seconds. 2 minutes and 43
Okay,
seconds.
I'm sorry. I'm driving south from Vicente, so I apologize for the telecommunication here. Speaker, thank you, Madam Controller, for the update, and I'll stick by what I said previously, and considering that we have 15,000 miles of dirt road, considering that our people still have to drive over those dirt roads, accessibility is important. I just met with the Crown Point Service Unit CXRs today. We talked about high-risk patients. We talked about COVID patients. We talked about accessibility for emergency vehicles, non-emergency transport. When we have that reality that we're facing out here, and accessibility is important. We don't have everything paved, and that's the reality of what we're dealing with out here in Eastern Navajo. And I appreciate the update, and I don't know, it's really difficult to say. I wish we could have done this. I wish I could have done this legislation back in May, and we're running out of time. And I think now is not the time to point fingers, but take it as a lesson, and we're gonna have to swallow this pill. With that, Speaker, I do reserve the rest of my time. No, excuse me, I'll waive the rest of my time, Speaker, and I thank you. That's it.
Honorable thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart, 50 seconds.
Wait my time, Sala.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Stewart. Moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, 1 minute.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Speaker Aaron Suvedas, Perlin, I have right to question you because people vote for me. I have personal contact is out of line for me, the way you talk back to me. What the consultant prior proven that this have equipment in me. Out of there. This is not my first rodeo, so don't say it again to me. I understand. What is RTPS and SARS? That's American Institute Certified Public Accountant, National Professional Organization Certified Public Accountant in the U.S. This is not my first time. Ms. Kurt, I've been there in the Financial Services Department by ST. Well, don't say it again. Come on, as a councilman, you work for...
Honorable Yellow Hair. Your time is...
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's my response, but I need to answer back.
Thank you.
Question. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, if maybe me, you, and the controller can sit down and talk about some of those struggles that you were going through, and then we can clear that up. Honorable Yellow Hair. Then we can go from there.
Yeah.
All right. Honorable Yellow Hair. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 50 seconds. Honorable Eugene So. Eugene So going twice. Eugene So going 3 times. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Controller, I'd just like to say that we need to get to work, and we have 28 days, working days left to utilize these dollars. 42 days total with the weekend. And we just have to move forth and get these dollars expended. With the CARES Act related to the reversion to the hardship account, we have about 10 days. And let's just get ready for the hardship disbursement, and just need to move forth on this again. Thank you very much. And Chekhov Kadesh Lechana and Kadi Sakita Bayan Tiki Kajibit in Snahaji O Kidita Social Snip. Oh, I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that, let me go back to new individual on the board, Honorable Vince James.
Okay, Speaker Shinalit Ado, members of the council. In regards to the expenditure plan that came with the legislation, chapters expenditure plans the Quigoshi Adolet Dasto allowable the Bacao. Quaiki Bacago, Ado, Hotabicaho, the Aliago, the Kedo Quaiki high risk Nahat Nido, Ado Hote Oyoto Tachiko, Bayanana Tieko. Asian quite after Sneko. Asian Abe Haba Conosendo Leco. Ado Nana Dan controller has ando stoko. Da ben Hanas the Doben Hinas Hanas Silco. Yego dat Ido Yego Hinanis Linigi. Iya das Hajo das Hajo be on Hayat Chokot Ben Hanas Silco. Do ag adeya hot be ben hitche hasito do hak adeya hot an hinas be hasita ko ne be has ani be hadet do be has ani kina ko de be sono tahiki ne be has ani hot be shesh ko has an le ko de be hon ko chapters do shishazi do the 5 chapters but got the shahiki kin that the chilak and if the trahoye the to the you know they can help go down can help go down other based on his quality the hot abe has on be hadet quaiki the you know so she hot shinat leni ya ibelchina ado the konanat chokot han leni anan ko okonde Ashin Pohana Ado, but the Hona Adit, that is nice chokot in Saha case in Lako. Ado and Jono Shidan needs is a stock or shade, controller Kurt, they ha Indnedo, Benan Zido Hala hot in a man Leniki, Beba Akuni Z, Beba Ahunsen or Shisholish Hubbles Janad Nestako, Art Honhelage, Hard Nido, Zilo, Nishinasni Yako. But Eastern English list on Jet, the last for art one Jet hot anja and Lenny and Nalwoko. Eshibe Hana Indley do Ebe Nan Zildo Lesloko. Yego Nanis and Lenny Bahaliado Wicketen Ako Ashi Hone hot Assad Lenny behind Ziko. Jokonit Ese. Ultra and Lenny Hobe has Ani Kotat hot no hot Beyatioko. The sheep, Hana Indley do Leslako, Ado Yoban, Ako hot in an Lenigi, hot an Atahat and Liado, Abin Adobin, Soidobin, and it but Ahadiako, here, what here the Nislako, Shade, controller Kirkako, what Sad Lenigi, Jenna Adolis, keep your chin high. Naso net net in hand and internet or Hayun cave Bashing internet to Okosato. Okot in Jahasti to Lisia, reserve my time. Thank you.
That reserve your time at 1 minute 30 seconds. That, let me go back to Madam Controller.
Auto Speaker, Auto members of council. Let's see, Shinaliki Delegate Kialamige, a 15 million Bayanstigi, I believe the one you're referring to is CS-73-20, Auto DIT, Aja 15 million budget Akoho Ela Haigilas Nas Kitchen A Benidens Kid. So there's about four contracts, professional services contract. It did come to our office. We reviewed it. Because they're contracts, they need to be reviewed by DOJ. So so that's the update on that. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, you were asking the question about which chapter decided to put everything into hardship. That would be Pueblo Pintado chapter. There's a few others that made their selection to expend part of it, but a huge portion of it. I think Chichimbato and Denahoto Dashina'e, they decided to put most of their allocation to hardship. Those are the ones I recall seeing. I think your other question was how much is too much PPEs, I think is kind of your question. And you referenced what the president was going to do, etc. So I just wanted to make clear that when we say PPEs, or actually we're talking about consumable goods, some of that would be like your food, your blankets, sanitation items, all of those things, in addition to PPEs and hand sanitizers and those things. So I don't think you can have enough, especially during this time, given that the numbers are going back up. In terms of PPEs, I do know that under the federal rules, Treasury guidance, you can stockpile some of these things. So, I think some of your other comments was just what we're tasked with regarding ensuring compliance. I think everybody does have a fiduciary duty, including all elected officials, those of us that are, we have the responsibility with anything financial related. So it's Delegate Paul Begay, I do have a number of employees. They do a lot, so we appreciate the words of encouragement. Otto, Shiche, Vice Chair Smith. You had some comments. I think you made a comment about, maybe we end up paying, or we might have an audit finding. I just want to stress the importance of those two things. I don't, in my mind, I think we should be 100%. We should expend these dollars. We should expend it in a compliant manner. And if it were up to me, we shouldn't have any audit findings, any question costs. As you are aware, you're on budget and finance. You do know the huge responsibility for these single audits, these audit findings. It is important to keep those things down because that has future implications for the Navajo Nation. So, Delegate Herman Daniels, you were talking about heavy equipment. I believe, again, with Delegate Freeland, I think we're either not listening to each other or what, but what we're saying about heavy equipment, I know there's comments being made that Treasury may not know or understand us here on the res. It's not so much about that, it's more some of these heavy equipment stuff. We can justify those things. We may end up having to do what we call the economic feasibility, justification, those types of things. We can document those things. There is a way to do it. But I think what I'm trying to say is that at this point in time, can they get delivered? I don't know. And so those are the questions we're asking. We want to make sure there's a guaranteed delivery on these things. And so I think that's where it's not so much we're saying you can't do it. It's more if you do it, we need to make sure we can get those things.
Speaker, point of order, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. My point of order is I made a statement, and it wasn't regarding the fact that we're going to fail. It was regarding that at any fiduciary business, there's always a audit finding, and it wasn't singling out anybody or anything regarding how the operation's going. Yes, I do sit on BNF, and I'm aware of my duties and responsibilities. That doesn't need to be put out there like I'm not knowing what I'm doing. That's my point of order. I highly respect the fact that we don't be putting one another down. Thank you.
Point of order.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. Vice Chair Smith, thank you for the point of order. Just recognizing across the board, I think that working together and trying to get a response on each one of these differences is what we're trying to do here, especially on as much workload that not only we as delegates are put on, but as much a workload as the staff has put on. So thank you on both sides. But from here moving forward, I think the response was that maintaining that order, and if that is respected on both sides, whether it be from delegates or staff, I think that's a possibility of us maintaining that amongst each other. So thank you again for that point of order, Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My point of order is I'm trying to figure out if the, listening to the controller, she did not offend Mr. Honorable Raymond Smith in her response. And it was this, it's not an offense, it was not even an offensive comment. So, need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I think we'll continue moving on now. With that, Madam Controller, back to you.
Okay, Speaker Otto, I'm just simply stating facts in my mind. So if it was taken otherwise, okay. So let's see, Daniels, okay. And hopefully I answered Delegate Freeland's question or his comments. I understand Treasury's not going to base some of their guidance or et cetera, and that's part of the frustration. But however, as I mentioned before, in terms of, for instance, these heavy equipment, accessibility, these things can be justified. There are documentation that we need, but again, time is running out. I think that's where everybody's frustrated. And of course, because time's running out, then we're having the problem. Is that thing going to get delivered? Are there vendors that can do it? Can they guarantee? Those are what we're running up against at this point. Otto, regarding Delegate Yellowhair, I'm not sure what the questions were. I heard prior approval regarding the heavy equipment. Again, we go by Treasury FAQs. Treasury's not really answering anything at this point. And I will say, if you're not happy with my tone, I will say that if my staff is being accused of not working, then I will defend them. So if I come from a place that is not kosher to you, then that's because I'm defending my staff, because they work hard. Let's see, 10 days. Otto, Shajah, appreciate the comments. And if you're Nalechai, I get the Tanshe ya Adashon Handel Nishashin Adadid. So, and that's a joke, everybody. So Otto, Delegate Vince James, the expenditure plan, I did get a lot of comments of that from the chapters. There were things in there. But if you look at the legislation, I think every legislation that had to do with CARES, we had the CARES laws and the Treasury guidance attached to it. So even though the expenditure plan lists certain things like emergency assistance, utility payment, some of those things that essentially are unallowable, but we also have to take that along with the federal rules. So I've explained this a few times with the chapters. Adjournment expenditure plan, we still have the overriding federal rules and regulations that we have to follow. So I think that caused confusion. When DCD went to, I believe, had some documents to communicate with the chapters, our office at least tried to say, take those things out, but they were still in. So that I think caused, or at least the confusion was still there. So, but that is a source of confusion for chapters, especially if you're not familiar with how to work with federal dollars. So, Otto, let's see. Otto, yeah, for your words of encouragement. You were talking about my mom and my dad, but I don't know if you knew my grandmother and my Nolly. So back in the day, so I think I can handle this, so I'm okay. So yeah, that's it, Speaker. Those are my responses.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to the board, and I don't have anybody on the board, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Eugene So, are you back with us? 50 seconds. Eugene So going twice. Eugene So going 3 times. With that, moving on down. Honorable James, 1 minute 30 seconds.
Speaker, Shanalita, members of the council, Shanat Ahno Linigi, John Junon, Sat Linigi, Don Antin Linigi, Be Nihijahai Hanenzi, Zelenko, Controller Kirk, but Sat Linigi, Be Hanana State Dolis. I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time.
Faith. Thank you, Honorable Vince James, with that. Colleagues, I have nobody else on the board. One of the reserve time, so ready to vote to accept the controller's report.
Zahinio.
Chairman Hinio, go ahead.
Just want to say that we do need to move forward on this thing here. But yield the rest of my time to Shana, Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
Honorable Yellow Hair, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice.
Okay.
Yellow Hair is going 3 times.
Gunda, I got it now. I was on mute. Upon on star 6. Yes, Speaker, Conhasan Taito, Mr. Haniot, BNF Chairperson, thank you very much. Minutes Aro cooperate by LT. I need to tell by LT. There's a reason for it when we talk about money. She yobayash tipesoti. Don't bias is not on. This comes to me when I was a judicial branch, and I learned a lot from a respected judiciary committee. I was asked boss. I went on clinics like that. Because based upon my job on that, I should be not a consult on this. And since the action yoda is Kakandan, then he put him to test. Oh, was tested so you have rights to speak for your staff. Could be a TV store. She have right. I have right to bring this my concerns, my issues with that. So I need to that was she I thank you very much, Lord. Yes, never not on now. Anybody team they say now the taught and they say now the other people there are the best all 110 traffic in us then other job and can really have a people then I get any because what does is there I don't other hands there I don't you and the there's so many positions that were vacated either by Yashki I'm not Anna by the Jahan, they are speaking, says they could have to pay a tiki, could have not unhappy, could contain Hanan, what I did. The credit about her cheap on this. Koyashi, I need a consider a respect and show this is it. The Anzak is now feeling our own back end, so the Navajo Nation governed by a keep on the by his team's better. It could out excellent. Otherwise, by him, she should this eye behind us. The late organization, of course, you obey being intended that these are educations of what additional on. Couldn't he? I was say by suddenly, yeah, Navajo Nation could care and hate, leave though, and the hardship others about it. She a by sudden, let's just give a guy the hot base about us, leaning. I let even in the process of no. I order that is the Dobiga Koday is country, is cardon, the president and the church president. None of all these HCA Kujibo.
partnership on for that one. I know we're not going to implement every project for our chapters. The conduct question procurement policy is not the curling should say a quang court has the commission is that I is cutting on the stage car ebe and his other is kidding and go oh about this the end so decision on although that child of an honor is what either and then car don't have to eat either out of hospital they try to get cut minister it over still honorable order about it how this thing so we need to respect one another. I do respect each one of you. Once about enough street, let's move on. Let's get this project going. I'll start seeing because the hardship that is our number one priority. Thank you. I love each one of you. You know that. I do Speaker President now, Lizer. I do respect you, each one of you. Yeah, constant. Sorry, I'll see that. And my your time. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, with that, any other comments, questions? If not, anybody on the board over the reserved time? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board. Accepting the controller's report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green.
I can barely hear you though.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin votes green.
Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knauss-Bach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knauss-Bach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knauss-Bach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Frailer. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Altuso.
I vote green.
Honorable Altuso.
Chili.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wunica. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Edison Wunica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wunica votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed.
At 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Madam Controller.
Speaker, point of order.
Point of order. I'm Begay.
Point of order. I text to that I wanted to have. I wanted to say a point of privilege, but I got a response saying that I have to say it. If that is the case, could you provide at another meeting or anywhere how we need to conduct our business, things that we can say or things that we can, or things that can be accepted through texting, as far as voting, asking questions, posing questions, and point of privilege, and all of that stuff. So it just maybe just provide us the ground rules for us so we can follow those procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. The reason why I told staff to text that back, just for reference, is we have just been taking votes or getting people lined up in the queue from text messages, not individual requesting for a motion or any kind of action on the floor. And I would really like that to be in the record from the delegate, Honorable Begay. Well, we can work on that. That, moving on down. On to old business. There's none. New business. Legislation. Under new business, we have item number 8, legislation 0247-20. Sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Pat. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0274-20, an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Business Economic Relief Grant Program criteria within the Navajo Nation CARES Fund's Economic Development Expenditure, enacted by CJY-67-20. This legislation requires 2/3 vote. There are no amendments, no committee reports. Legislation has been read into the record per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, on legislation 0247-20, is there a motion?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Yellowhair, second.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Going once, twice.
Speaker, I have a question.
time.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. With that, Honorable Stewart, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, so Speaker Damon, out on the members of the 24th Nomination Council, out of Kudo, Hijab Isnos Agi, Navajo Nation and abroad. This legislation, it's an emergency legislation. We tried to get this in the last time, but didn't. We didn't make it. So we are, the agent is Mr. J.
Speaker, we can't
He is
understand
on
him.
it. So if it's okay, I want left. Can you hear me?
Almost Stewart.
Janelle Wilson,
Did you hear me?
sounded like a robot.
I can hear you.
Speaker, on my end,
Okay.
it sounded like a robot.
Almost Stewart, it seems like you're going in and out. You're on your reception.
All right. Again, good evening, colleagues and Speaker Damon, Shatsila. This legislation is on behalf of the Division of Community Development. I do have Shatsila, Mr. J.T. Woolley on as well. So I'm going to turn the floor over to him to explain this emergency legislation regarding the small businesses. And that's it, Speaker Shatsila, if it's okay with you.
Good. Good.
Mr. Willie, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ado Yat A, Ado Shanai, Delegate Stewart. Nido Yat A, Ado Hehet and Sago, Nihibeshba Ane, DAJ Twilly Ane, Ado A, Division Economic Development A, Division Director A, Celine, Ado A. I am joined this evening with my staff that has been helping with the expenditure program that we oversee for the Division Economic Development. The particular emergency amendment that we are speaking to is in regards to the legislation that was allotted for Division Economic Development under CJY 67-20 and the emergency amendments before honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council are outlined in the legislation packet that was sent to members for review. I'm going to go straight to Exhibit B of the packet, which outlines our expenditure plan and a memo that was sent to honorable members in regards to where we are at as of the expenditure plan. I will also conclude with an update of our expenditure plan in this presentation. The current plan was allotted for small business and artisan relief in regards to grant assignments and grant allocations for these particular individuals and businesses. And the original allotment for the designated artisans and for businesses was an estimated around $60 million of the original allotment that was made under CJY 67-20. And that's what we want to speak about, the current allotment of the funds that have been designated to Division Economic Development. and the need for this emergency amendment moving forward. Now, what needs to happen now that we are about to the conclusion of the program, we have been giving assistance out to individuals and to businesses. There have been a total of 4,928 applicants that have gone through the system. We do currently have a number of 2,478 of those pending at around $21 million. And we do have 2,328 that have been approved, meaning they received assistance. They have received a check disbursement from this particular expenditure program. And that is estimated at around 15.6 million, which is about 28% of the 54.5 million designated for this program. Of that particular amount, artisans average about 1,787 in the amount of 8.7 million, businesses 541 in the amount of 6.9 million. At this particular time, since we've identified back on October 1st of where we are going with the program, that there needs to be some amendments here moving forward. Referring to Exhibit B outlines our particular expenditure program. Exhibit B on page 2 shows the current eligibility criteria for the program. In working with the Controller's Office and the audit firm that's been brought on board, Baker Tilly, we went through advisement and modifications of our expenditure program from day one. Our original designation happened back on August 16th when it was signed by Navajo Nation President and Vice President. After that point, we went through several weeks of building and progressing this particular program so that we didn't have any failures once we went live. Therefore, our program went live on September 7th after several weeks of review and development. And of course, with the allotment of funds and the internal process to designate the original $60 million under the allotment to Division of Economic Development. Through that process, we went through the next 30 days of review. Currently speaking, we are on report number 13, so therefore several updates have been provided to leadership and honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council as to where we are at with the program. And as we progress forward, a notice was sent out on October 6th of what needs to happen for the expenditure plan to make necessary amendments so that we can lift some restrictions that are outlined on page 2 of Exhibit B of your packet. As you can see in red, we've made the notations of what needs to come out so that we're able to get additional monies out to our businesses and to some of our enterprises of the Navajo Nation. Again, referring back to the original designation of funds that was given back, that was allotted to the Division of Economic Development for this particular program. And so in outlining the eligibility criteria that you see before you, it lifts some of the restrictions to current business site leases of the Navajo Nation. It also lifts organized for-profit organizations. We have some organizations that have not been able to succeed forward due to this requirement for a profit business. Such examples include our Navajo Nation Fair Boards, such as Eastern Navajo, Northern Navajo. We also have some particular individuals that sit in this particular category that are a not-for-profit business organization. One in particular that we may know of is the Navajo Beef Corporation. And as we progress forward, we have also identified that some of these businesses on Navajo that are for-profit have a business employment level of 300 employees or more. So therefore, we have asked to remove that particular requirement of less than 300 employees. Gross sales is another identified area that we have put in place originally for $3 million or less. Come to find out, we have some businesses on Navajo that have a annual gross sales of $3 million or more. Majority of these individuals sit within a tourist destination site, and therefore these businesses have not been able to apply for the expenditure program because they get deemed ineligible in lines to the particular requirements that we have in place. We have also identified there have been some consideration for awards for these individuals that have been met or exceeded as of our expenditure date. Our original expenditure has outlined a time frame of March 1st up to August 30th. However, due to the longevity of the closure of the Navajo Nation, we have identified the new dates to December 30th. So therefore, we have been requesting to get some assistance to those individuals that have already maximized their expenditure up to $60,000 as the requirement. We have also asked to lift the amount. There has been a $60,000 limit set forth for businesses. So therefore, these businesses have not been able to apply or have applied, and they brought down their requests to a $60,000 allotment because they need some immediate assistance. This is in addition or in lieu of receiving assistance from the SBA's EIDL or PPP that they were not qualified for or did not have the opportunity to apply, or they have also been disqualified or due to some other reasoning were not able to receive that additional allotment that happened from the federal level. So therefore, we have identified those individuals needing to apply for whether it'll be additional funding or funding to cover their expenses through this time. On page number 4 shows an example of where we are at with our expenditure within the next 30-day forecast. I am understandable that we have brought down some time frames to identify the November 20th deadline that has been set forth by honorable members. And so therefore, we have been working to expedite some of these awards moving forward to our businesses of the Navajo Nation. An example has been included in your packet, which shows the eligibility requirements. I have an example outlining the restrictions a business has faced and the feedback they have received. The example is circled in red and shows the following example. Your 2019 tax return indicates receipts in excess of $3 million, and therefore under this program is only available for those under a $3 million allotment. So therefore, the next example under A, B, and C, which is circled again, shows the funding requirement that they need and how they would use these funds in the budget category that's outlined specifically for this business here. As you can see, under budget category, payroll and benefits shows an 88% allocation, meaning $2.2 million of those monies, if they get granted this award, will be used to continue to offer payroll or other related expenses for insurance or other investments for employee-based compensation for this particular business. On the following page outlines again other examples of our particular expenditure plan moving forward and what we need to do having to ask for these amendments here. I'm referring back to the proposed report that shows the allocation of $60 million, our projected expenses of $20.4 million, and our need to get those additional funds out to those businesses that have kind of been waiting for this particular amendment to be approved by honorable members moving forward. Going back to the original allotment again, the designated amount here has been identified for us. However, I will note that prior to this expenditure program, prior to COVID, prior to the current CARES funds, there was really no particular data available to correctly identify where and who we need to award funds to, outside of the only projected individuals that register through the Navajo Nation on the Priority 1 status or Priority 2 status. Now that we have a bigger insight as to who is out there as far as artisans or businesses, we have to make these particular amendments to get those additional funds out to those entities and to those businesses within this next couple of weeks before the deadline of November 20th. There are some other particular expenditures that are in the works that may not make the deadline, which is something that we have to live with, and we're understandable of that. But our main focus now has been on getting these relief monies out to some of these bigger capacity businesses, as well as also to some of the enterprises that have faced in a PPP situation where they're not able to get payroll protection in any sort of allotments from the federal level, the state level, and the last resort now is the original allotment that was designated to the Division of Economic Development of the $60 million back on August and was signed into law by Navajo Nation President, referring back again to CJY 67-20. And then also again, as you can see in all the documents that you have before you, outline our particular requests that we need to do to see the success of this program moving forward. We are in the very last stretch of what we need to do and what we need to allocate to some of our businesses. We have been working with individuals one-on-one. We have been in various consultations with businesses who have been seeking assistance through this particular program. And again, some of them have made particular amendments to bring down their request to $60,000 because that was only the amount that we designated, not quickly identifying the timelines now that we've extended those timelines has brought to us the particular allotment that you see before you. So I do have staff available as well here with me who are here to answer questions. Each one of us plays a very important role in the expenditure of this program when it comes to intaking applications, consultations, and then lastly, again, we understand that the program does end on November 20th. The allotments of the CARES funds goes back on December 30th. But the individuals that I brought on board who are employed under the CARES funds are going to be staying on staff. I'm going to transfer them to the DED budget so that we can start doing grant closeouts for our particular individuals. Of those 4,000 plus applicants that are on our current listing as we move forward, that is projected to go into the spring of 2021, and we will have to do continuous consultations and are prepared for any additional resources as we move forward with this particular plan, as well as those that may be coming to designate for the Division of Economic Development for the Navajo businesses and Navajo artisans. So, Mr. Speaker. Shania, Delegate Stewart.
All right. Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Chathula.
Great. With that, colleagues, again, we have a motion and a second, and let me go to the floor. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Willie. So first, I do have to say that I did read through the eligibility, and it appears that non-Navajos are being considered for these funds. For the eligibility, it does state that that there would be something regarding the businesses as long as they have a lease on Navajo. So I'm a little bit concerned about that because for the hardship, which is actually going to the people, we are requiring them to give us their CID numbers, which makes them eligible for the CARES hardship money. So I am concerned about this. I'm also wondering, does the Navajo Nation president support this this ask that you have before council? The reason why I ask this is because there are, you did mention that, we need to help the businesses. And I've been advocating that in order to save the businesses, we do need to reopen. States have released reopening plans. And since COVID hit since March 1st to date, that's been 7 months. And the only thing that has been produced out of this administration is curfew. Close all the businesses down and let's use the CARES money to keep the businesses closed and then also, to make it difficult for the Navajo people. I do have to say that I am going to vote red on this legislation because my my responsibility is to the people. And I think had the president developed a sound economic plan, even through COVID, our businesses would not be hurting right now. And I'd like to remind my colleagues that we represent the people, and their actions have spoken volumes. Our people need help. And so I just wonder, how can we support this this legislation when our people don't even have the money to go to these businesses? Even if there was money, these businesses are not open. So a lot of our Navajo people are having to go off reservation to go and do their shopping. So I am going to vote red on this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the rest of my time.
Speaker, this is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, members of the council, and individuals listening on YouTube or Vimeo, Facebook Live, and so forth. We appropriated these dollars in August of 2000, maybe July. And it took the administration 10 days to sign this legislation into law. And my concerns are that it's not going to be expended. Beginning of October, you only expended about 5.8 million. The end of August, about 3 million. That's been on it. But the economic relief that our Navajo people need, I see the chip is neither. Nah. Well, I don't like this. Oh, yeah, I cannot say that. Oh, go. You need to be no. They hold Got the netto, what ego that, the system is made really stringent for them to apply and qualify for these for the economic relief. And that's on the administration. We have Navajo artisans continuing indicating that they are told that, their paperwork is not being processed. You been like this. Oh yeah, it cannot this. We might as well just put all these dollars into hardship. Again, thank you for whatever amount of work you put in from August to today. But right now, my mind and my thought is to put these dollars into hardship. Because who knows if we extend these a deadline for you and change these things, that you're not going to meet those deadlines. I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Serve your time, Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes, 5 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James.
Speakers and members of the council. Let's vote red for this legislation. Controller Kirk, hardship. hot out yeah istan it Ilias Leko. The Ninadis the Niki this is the ne upon the Hastina. This is the neck at Dina Badiazin Nadat Binan Jaho. Egi Kedat. Adonana Chaho. Oh, ye Kedat. At Ekayas Gana, do ye or ego, Chaho or he Nahas Hak as the Nini Tansni. She that when this now benefit on us there. How she hit the neighbor, a cat deal was. How she a cat deal hit the net and Lenny. Because, oh, how you did not be nancha, not bad, yes, not that necessary. To a hot a cat. Abba has a no, Bama, Beja, be not me heat on that then. Ado, Hashin thought a coche. A wando ye hanna. Non nespetas being deep in non limit on the qualia ipenina. Ado NHH, Yana hot it. So hey. Dota, not at NHA. The Ninanike, your landlord. Archibald has got in adult hobbit in the inlad. Even now, coach NHA, how once a 18 Siki, don't know about Zada. Chokot Abit, Yanan the Tiako. Oko Konza the Horde show. A shakahon hit the Nandlini, the car deal was in Leko. Rida Hashin Sona has he created the oh, how you, Hashi, Kashi, Bikin. The town that has streets, Bogan Liniki, ye cadet that the Nestle Adola, ye cadet that the Nestle. Chitted up about the has Nestle. Adonana, Conde, how one Liniki be had the hotet the eat Nesla. Ada, but and the Haske, Adric and the Yoleso. A del clip that this clip has argent, ye cadet that the Nestle. Adonana, Conde, oh, how you hit the net. Bena liet and lentan adat ehiki on the yeasnet. Orbit abe that is adabik and not slesseta. So no what are ye just here. As in aid. Nas thou ye cadet that the Nestle as in aid. Nas thou but the net on at ye base of another has still leko. Ado con near ea econat anaka. Hala edibis the jail zoliki, dobit ziga. Benina agent to the talk as like agent Ilia Chokot Nahashina what that the Dosh Kai Hashit Eshi a old kindly it ahas base about hat the Nebenina Nahashina Yaja at that Doshka yet that Edoska yet that or Lesniki Bahat then base about hat then hit the Noko Hashit Eshi stopped and hit the net and I'll gloshy or cookie the easier. Edo Dabenal Glossy Elena, the Cosintana, Ebedesna Egi, Bedesni, or it's other than Obina Glossy, keep the Husky. The Estoba needs in the Senat Arnosini. I did all this. I then own her own hit the Nandlini, but Kaditcha, put on has Ako, Dosia Kodo Adosa, the Kada Easy East and she, Kodoba was net or list. Also, cheated that did. You wait out with the Najoba, no. Hojoba ada no dot that no poto face of Chan Naja Catholic. Also cheated that it a John Hayat a what I saw Lenibe has state to reserve my time here.
Hey, with that, Honorable James, 34 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kudo, yeah, kudo. Adonam Sunanto Amofinity, Ado kudo the legislation kudo sabe dan how the I kudo sabe edo kiri. Not so say edo kiri kudo the dafish code kudo. Shunat Amofinity, Ado kudo the Tilia the delegate steward kudo. Ado kudo the agent so the Division of Economic Development kudo Mr. Willie kudo yeah kudo the bed get out was not a kudo butเป็นนักเขตบานซีเคสบายเอสที่ตัวบานเอสที่ขดอาดนานขดอันเดชนีขดเบสมาอันนี้เลนกี้จะได้อาร์เอลเอ็นซีเคสจะได้อาร์เอลเอเอสที่ขดอาดนานขดแต่บานซีเคสขดคิดเนี่ยอันนี้หาจบปะแต่เนี่ยนะเว้ยแต่วิสอาโก especially in the tourist area, Four Corners National Monument, Canyon de Chelly National Monument, Monument Valley Tribal Park, Antelope Canyon, Cameron, Sunday. Kajopa in Eban case kodo. Nana kodo bahajopa in Seniki kodo. Magain Yashanan yes Jehiki kodo. For example, Kojita Dennis. Magaita St. Michael's just like Arunana Magaita and Laser Arunana in my area Magaita. There's the View Hotel. So Aja and Kinke well the Yoshwashkodo. And Kin Hashino yes Jekodo. Arunana Kodo Nagaita Goldings. Edo and Kin Hashin yes J. Twitter Chini go yes yet Aja Goldings. Arunana Nagaita View Hotel they employ close to 200 people, but right now it could either then do that Mr. So that other Baba just case I don't for a public and now what maybe a Kododa. Ye can't now those was something Kododa that in Michigan added that we added Kodo Nagate and Hudson on the stay yes, Jiki, Arunana Kodona Gata artisans done Liniki, Arun the vendors done Liniki Dakodo, Eba Jopa in Simkodo. Adonana Kodona Gata. I just want to say that I just want to encourage my colleagues Kodo to vote green on this Kodo. I've never caught these was Kodo. Kodo she job car yeah Kodo. It's just that she horse echo. So they could have better get the horse. Yeah, even our that. Could they be get the Kodo ask so has on it. So we beat us. So it is out and that's man Kodo. For 8 that Kodo out of hardship is a bunny. There's 49 million. It's what but they could just 60 million. What never caught the was. I caught all those a slack had hard I need so Ecuador to Yash one the Kodota and Seneki. Because of the hand, shockingly hard sheep they had a seat region had in the way that December 30th or in the way that November hard they made. It's not a creep in the dollar. Aj see the Queen of the dollar. I don't see the great hardship on sheet up being undead or the liquor out and she at the other dollar the Nicohodo and the snake with on the great 49 million dollar. He's got the snow behind us in that anyway. Not with the Yakodo AIC also not with this in had the call AS kitchen tickets and what other door things ago. Kojigi are not so that in niche could only the local businesses, Marine Hashin and stay yes, Yergi, AIC Bahajoba in Sinkodo, a Kohajoba Ban to the Court Kodoshan and Senegi Kodo Joba and Sakis Kodo, so that can best take it up there. And for Kesi, I could eat Ashako Kodo, but she could have done a thought as a Kodo able at the sheet or let go. So a hot edo let's go. Mr. Speaker, Kodo. Thank you. Reserve time.
Humble Daniels, 48 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, do sunt Anna Fenigi. I picked out the slitty. Oshi anleda årskort og den base årskopandi næsten det kan jeg ikke årskopat at så job altså det kunne ikke be bansi case og så kan jeg kun der for at sige og kun never be caught deal with that's not the question. I mean that's a given that we have to deal with it. To control against hard see nothing it had to occur from whenever the pandemic had started. Akoko dig at basis in the little cabanit in la 8 argent ani pekini kin ita o Ado Kodoni as a chair Hanana see Hishi Hashinet not out of Benel me other chose indicate it hardship to go on death on this. J.I. down what at stop. A coco a ship and nago store. Her late 8 on this let Annie old arts what own choco did ask to opasa pasa need no to by yell keeping now to education or hardship go or see the top binti. I mean, we're just spending too much time in a way just talking about all of this thing, and we're giving a hard time to our controller's office. We are making it complicated for her. But I do support the legislation. But the fact is that our own Navajo people advocating for the general population. They're the same situation. Basically, in this and though, basically, for example, Australia, don't stop. I can the kayak quite a job about and that this kind of not then out of China or it the George dot near Honana. A co a quacky says zinc a paper papa one sin. A co like done like it off big kind of check a consulted and they go a the Katona at that being thought of Nila. Hajila easy basic or not nail. It ate a codonal sauce, it nailed so did up says it really did up in Nasset or not no Yana nailed. So each of our community are all in the same situation of everyone Kodoba Hata the condition of our Navajo people. Coco Ape and Nashatika Kodo and Ani cardboard that takes in the house touch homes in the house touch on me but this seen that in the upper yale in each end on the one nista a co argila it out of did up papa nabik yale ticket and how to base argent ocean stop. Even though we give them the 1,500, that's not going to resolve it. Getting them a house or anything. That's a broader area that we really need to discuss on. But to everyone out there who's listening, I'm with you, Nisa. We're doing our best to accommodate everyone, the situation that everyone's in, especially those people that are severely affected. At the Christian non-religion leader, Chinese community center, as the house had I dance, but not the destination. Asia, stop by Chin shop, big Asia, so with that, equity base was she on the Arjit down, indeed, a bunny in the O. According to chapters of base of what I learned it out with that store. Accord all of it. And so I won't be surprised if the Navajo Nation has spent over $100 million on just one item, a mask. I couldn't mask a 1 million big based on I won't be surprised on that, but it does need it. It is needed out there. So the message, yes. If we vote red, yes, we're depriving of some of our Navajo people. If we vote green, yes, we may be deprived of another group of people, of our Navajo people. But that's what we really need to It's just because that we initiate it doesn't mean that we have to do it that we're proposing everything from now on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Shay. Moving on down, on by Jimmy Yellow here. Then I'll go back to the sponsor.
Hello, yeah, good evening. I think I'll Aroba 24th Council National National Shadow of Ashben, just KCD. So I heard I couldn't need and leaders control Yayas heat or jet machine because based on the worksheet that's started and then in a better our youth. Aro the chapter been the shape by Yasti. Shadow Aben Yasti chapter. And need the more Yazia down 30 yet down. Did on the Jahata. Did all your wait are you to so fast? kunde kuda peso pedo alib hol so edit insistis keso ebony na achit ada na alna koko picture with angels thousands kuja na lia kujande matahun any national services the party hatan pedo aje input this in the PO or the PO I input this kunde there's always something that the DJ advertisers so that on that all that on miso in on international shady ayo to net sadam so a small business kitchen schneider peso ya hanten no tanle kun US trade band no type ebit a she to mista benign or the kuja hardship article peso Hado, the topic and ishin did you send all Hugo or Huyun the little even in a PA in the dot class again dot the stove ishin you carried up in the stairs to a sharp baby was that all this and some kids. Even in she also cheated this cause peso I see it's another thought. I will give controller time to Argentine sheep. We give ample time. Quite again, the sheep, the nephews which are that all the sons, couldn't machine over 300,000. We're looking for $350 million actually by LT to pay our people 1,500 each, and then last 18 years, 500 mean. Chimney now the also cheese this living I shouldn't kiss it off as this as John see that the and let's move on with this our goal that we need to spend this money $714 million. I don't want to turn one penny back to them US trader. I want to about Yomatan at the Arabana station at on. Yeah, thanks for your time. Thank you. Are you my time? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable O'Hare. Then let me go back to sponsor, Honorable Stewart.
Okay, so again, good evening, colleagues. Do koto pe hao zigi. Tada keskit out in the communities, but it's like it was stated by Shanad K. Allen. You vote one way for it, or you vote the other way against it. Joe Kodogi Eya, Shaban says Casey Eya, it's not taking any more money, it's opening it up. Joe Kodo Nidia Shatsele, Yehadzi, if we open it up to businesses, that goes back towards their employment. About insurance, the whole for their families, for their children. If then we go this way with the hardship assistance, one time go. It's going to help the people. It's going to help each and every one of those communities out there. Computers, they interact with the people themselves. Tours and that to make ends meet, to sell their goods. Right now, our numbers are going up. Our numbers are increasing by the day. Aroshanaya Hadzi, Mr. Yellow Hair. I thought we've been tossing this back and forth, I thought, for some time. On that, those small businesses, it's not our, it was put upon us months ago, yes. Akundati, pride, or whatever it may be between the two branches or whatever it is. Veto that Inigido, Halit Alshima, Bansade, Casey out Aya, we do the best that we can to present it back to the people. Out on the here, so, do put out a job, the community, a job between now. Like I stated when we were with controller, I tell my community members so much. I interpret that for them. When I tell them, the I is the I niche fazenda, the okun soit our epic, the skin out a his nahashne. Has car sheet la honanat erolil, knock his car sheet la honanat erolil, napadevичni. Which a hanasti. Okay, put out a yard. That's from me as the sponsor for this legislation. Should slid that a had see for our lab is send hag it out, Mr. Willie.
Ayahat Shania, Delegate Stewart, Otto, Speaker Damon, Nido Ayahat. To speak back to some of the feedback, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Nido Ayahat, thank you for your questions and your insights. The speaking to the eligibility of the business site leases and the expenditure plan, our Navajo Nation has Navajo-owned businesses, and we have Navajo businesses that are not particularly owned by a Navajo individual, and those are the ones that have a current business site lease with the Navajo Nation. So therefore, they pay a annual fee, a GMAR, which is a graduated rate that they pay to the Navajo Nation. And we do ask they follow all policies, bylaws, and strategies set forth by the Navajo Nation. So therefore, their employment level is at employed by Navajo preference, and that the end users of these particular allotments would go to their Navajo employment for these businesses. And therefore, the particular amendment request is to grant them some of the lease funds which sit within this particular original designation from CJY 67-20 that is already allotted to the Division of Economic Development for business use. And the Navajo Nation president, under my leadership over the Division of Economic Development, does receive my input and my suggestions along with all of the individuals that work under this division. And so therefore, he does support the proposed amendments here moving forward. And of course, he does, and as well as the vice president, ask, why particular to this? What did you miss? What do you need to improve on moving forward? And Madam Chair, you have brought that up, is the roadmap to economic prosperity. Prior to this, there was some documents from previous administrations that quickly expire due to the unpredictable forecasts of closure of industries that have happened in this past decade, and have not identified all of our resources here moving forward. And of course, one of the developments for strategy involve a comprehensive plan that includes oversight and review with our partners to not only take it from one division's perspective, but includes not only higher academia, such as NTU, Denett College, and then also, again, other partners that are located on and around the Navajo Nation, such as Change Labs, that take studies and evaluate all of these different areas of input and output of services of the Navajo Nation. And all of my years in being around the Navajo Nation and growing up here and working for, never worked for the government until now, but working parallel to the government. When I was always asking for a comprehensive study, I always got the same census report. And so therefore, it is under this leadership that we take those comprehensive numbers and do a particular study for the benefit of not only the current times, because as we know, the monies end on December 30th, but the virus doesn't go away. There's still quite a ways for us to go into the unforeseeable future of where we are at with the current pandemic. And so therefore, on October 30th, I sat before honorable members to give a report on layoffs to a particular business. And I had allowed my time to be allotted to a business owner of Denny's, Mr. Ramel Brown, and his son, Mr. Darrell Brown. And if I can recall, honorable members, to that date of when we discussed that evening of what he was facing as a business owner and his input from a direct individual who has been in the business field, growing up in it and now inheriting a business, has been very similar to a lot of our other establishments throughout Navajo, whether they're here or whether they're off reservation, of the needs and necessities moving forward for them and their need for these particular funds to meet their needs and expenses. So therefore, Shiyet Otoso had brought up the system and what we have in place here and the track that we have been on the expenditure. We have been on track. We have been the first one, actually, who has initiated such a program to get direct assistance out to an individual from the Navajo Nation government. We have been the first one to create a program and develop it from the very beginning so that we knew what amounts would get allotted here moving forward. However, we don't know timeframes. We can't predict how much we will be impacted month by month or day by day sometimes. And so therefore, the need for the amendment addresses that particular situation that we are in right now. Of the original $60 million that was allotted to the Division of Economic Development. And so therefore, as we move forward and as we take those inputs from such businesses as Denny's, who Mr. Brown reported to honorable members of how the impact of this money would have on him as a business owner to not only the longevity of the dollar, we're hitting not just families, employees who have families, paying into benefits, paying into insurance, a more longer perspective and a broader perspective, a wider perspective when it comes to our current situation we are in now. And that is why I'm in this position. I've been confirmed by you all, and I have been appointed by leadership of the great Navajo Nation, our president and our vice president, to sit in this role. And so that's why I'm sitting here before you all today with my team. And I wouldn't be doing any justice as a Division of Economic Development Director if I were to allow this amendment to not occur, to not provide information as to why we need to make an amendment for the original allotment to the Division of Economic Development. Then thereafter, yes, the support of hardship, the support of the program that's set up for hardship. But may I respectfully add that going back to May, when we originally designed this program, we were in advisement with leadership, with Navajo Nation council members, with Navajo Nation president, vice president, and we developed a program for where we are at today. And of course, yes, I understand there are some businesses and some artisans out there that don't wish to apply for the program. And yes, I do, and I'm aware of the barriers that some have faced for the system that's set up. But I will also add that as the administrator of the program, and speaking back to the conversation that happened with the controller, is that in the very end, past December 30th, I'm going to be on the line to answer questions when it comes to an audit. I'm going to be online to designate information and provide feedback for who has received expenditure funds under this particular program, how businesses have grown. And of course, as I had mentioned earlier, it's not the end for us past December 30th. We have a longer term job as a division to see forth the after use of these funds from businesses. And now that businesses have received grants, artisans have received grants, they call us back almost every other day now asking, how do you use this money? How can I correctly use this money so that I don't get in trouble? And so we advise them, follow the particular budget that you allocated for these funds, follow the request that you have put in writing, and we are here to see forth that you succeed this grant allocation that has been designated for your use to continue your business into the next couple months, I should say. And so therefore, we understand that we have a longer mission to do as a division and as I call them the CARES Act team that had been brought on board to provide technical support to individuals. Our biggest barrier has been the non-person interaction. We did it at first, however, due to the risk of exposure, due to the risk of travel, we stepped back on that. We're relying heavily on a technical-based system that is not up to par, but we're working with what we have, and we have designated ourselves to provide for this continuance of this assistance program for businesses and for artisans. And so as we move forward here, what we need to do is to approve these amendments. We have a deadline of November 20th that has been set for us, and therefore we are on track to meet that deadline with these amendments that need to happen for us moving forward. And so I'm trying to avoid the discussion of hardship as much as I can because, with all due respect, I think if I was designated to oversee and administer that program, the funds would already be in place and we would be ready to go to get applicants through the process, just as we have seen here with applicants that receive designation of funds from us. Business owners, though artisans, ayojo ba agilto khait awya di kon bakanad would yet di beso agila akohopinina di shanad nishkulo auto eya digi benhat auto bantada case godole shanat I ashore di ayisi di kon beso agila auto eya khait awya di kon hajogo shi di the neya bakanad wadigi nal nishigi store owners, business owners, tourism industries. Edo bana nishigishi big a hodlo, ba chin hodlo, but sui kedo banale kepshi hodlo. Edo ayojo ba yet. Akopeni na di. I bring before you the amendments needed to move forward. Eshes shisizi do ayisi ba hensen shnat. I know this is a very hard decision as leaders. I don't envy the positions that you are in to guide us through these times. None of us have predicted this would happen to us, but we are working with what we have here moving forward so that we can get as much of the relief out and see forth and succeed the current expenditures that have been put in place for our businesses and for our artisans. And then thereafter, yes, we support any of the allotments that are left over to get redesignated and refunded to the hardship assistance program. And may I also add that our division has been assisting with that program as well. Since the program was initiated and with the glitch that had happened on day one, we have the hardship applications that we have been pushing out on our side. So yes, that took away my team's effort into assisting artisans and businesses. And they designated this past 2 weeks to assisting with hardship applications because individuals didn't know where to go. We had elders standing in the snow. And so therefore, the team revisioned itself to offer assistance to those individuals for the past 2 weeks. We still have some of the hardship applications here that we will be turning back in that are blank, that we have already feel like we have reached enough that we have been able to get assistance out to. So, Honorable Speaker Damon.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that response. Question on privilege, Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. So, Mr. Willie, in regards to what you just indicated, why was it not originally added, or did you guys not recommend it on the first original legislation that we passed for you guys? Why is it that we're talking about it until after so many days, so many months has passed when you've been allocated the funds? Thank you.
Mr. Willie?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker Otto, Delegate Honorable Vince James, thank you very much for asking this question. The current demographic that was identified for the particular expenditure program used our current resources that we have. At that time, our resources have been our own division, our regional business development offices, Navajo Tax Commission, Navajo Office of the Controller, and then also other chambers and associated partners throughout the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation, and lastly, Navajo Parks and Recreation. Those were the original data that we had used when applying for the funds back over the summer of this year. And so therefore, our outlined dates also evaluate March 1st through August 30th, and our evaluation of numbers have indicated a time frame that seemed reasonable for the amounts that were given from March to July. Outside of that time frame, given the longevity of where we are at today, that's where an amendment comes into place. And then also the demographic of businesses, of how much do they really make annually and where they are at with the expenditure funds here moving forward. Of course, our intentions is to give preference to our enrolled members of the Navajo Nation, our Navajo business owners, our Navajo artisans, and then thereafter seek opportunities for individuals thereafter. Unfortunately, that needed data or that needed information was not available to any of us at that time. And so now here moving forward, everyone has come out of nowhere on that they are a business owner, and that's why we have the process set up for Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1 meaning they have to register through the division, they have to submit certain documentations. Part 2 is the actual CARES Act application itself. Back to Part 1, we're able to evaluate those individuals and businesses to make sure, in all due respects to the applicants, that they're legitimate for the application that they file with us, and so that we don't have individuals trying to apply for the program and trying to falsify information for us. But that is the reason why we didn't have the data at the time. Now that we have the resources, we brought forth those informations and amendment requests to honorable members back on October 6th to start entertaining amendments and requests needed to move forward here. And that's also included in the packet for this legislation. Honorable Vince James.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Honorable James, your question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker, and the members of the council. In regards to my question, since you do have the data right now, how many are non-Navajos and how many are actual Diné Navajos that we're talking about here? Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker.
The question, let's see. The Honorable James, the question on privilege that you go back to, I think those questions can be asked during the time when I come back to you for responses on your time, on your reserve time. What, Honorable Slater, what did you raise? Point of order?
Yeah, I think those are great questions, but it just seems like we're extending debate with the point of privileges, and I really don't believe that's the point of a point of privilege. So, you know, it's just allowing people to kind of jump the line when there's other folks who are trying to speak to this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Thank you for recognizing that too as well. And clear guidance on the recognition. I'll go back to Honorable Willie, but colleagues, there's questions that can be asked during the time when you do have recognized time. But I'll go back to Mr. Willie. Mr. Willie, Mr. James, Honorable Vince James had a question.
Oh, yeah. Speaker Damon Otto, Honorable James, the number for that has been identified at 216. That is the total needed, which includes higher capacity Navajo businesses that need the allotment or the amendment request here to move forward. But of that 216, 121 are going to be those non-Navajo businesses that have a current active business site lease on the Navajo Nation and have applied in some particular form or matter through the expenditure program or have reached out to us with requests of when they were able to apply for some funds. Of course, we would go through the process of evaluation, ensuring that they are a current active business site lease on Navajo. That is something that we have already done and prepared for so that we can start processing applications once we receive those. Yeah, Honorable James.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. With that, we'll go back to the board. I have an individual next in the lineup, and then I'll go. I don't have anybody else, so I can go back to reserve time. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Willie, for the presentation of the legislation, and to Honorable Wilson Stewart on sponsoring the legislation. Mr. Willie, I think you put a lot of good effort into the program, and we've seen some good results. I think we have to acknowledge it really is a mixed bag on both the performance and on the public perception. I think you, as a marketing person, understand how important that is. That's people's faith in you and your division, and then more broadly in the Navajo Nation government. And I think we just all need to be frank right now that there are a lot of people who are very dissatisfied with the assurances that were made when the legislation was being passed. And, this program usurped another program. And, that in that process made a lot of assurances to artisans, small business owners and the like. And I think a lot of them feel like they haven't been fulfilled. But this was the program that you brought forth to the council and requested passage. And in the composition of that legislation, we had this October 1st start date and look back period. So everybody, every delegate, every member of the executive branch, every member of the council, it was their obligation to understand what was passed and what may be subject to reversion beginning on October 1st. And I don't think I was forwarded any information or proposed legislation until well into October. So that becomes concerning because it's reflective of the management of the whole program, that this is an issue that seems to have been lingering for some time over several months, but there wasn't a breakthrough until October. After the mutually agreed upon time, there isn't a fast one being pulled here. Everyone knows the rules. Everyone knows what was passed. Everyone understands the intent. And a lot of it has to do with trying to do too much right at the end, particularly when we haven't been able to do enough over a longer period of time. But I think, it's telling that you had your program stop doing your program and go do hardship. It seems like you already made the choice for your employees, for yourself, for the Division of Economic Development that you are going to support the hardship program. And I think actions speak louder than words. So I appreciate your earnestness and your zeal in trying to maximize benefit to Navajo businesses. I think it's refreshing and it's well needed. But at this time, when we've set things up this way, when we have, I think over 100,000 people or hundreds of thousands of people who have applied, that need overwhelms the need of the few. And I think we just have to look at this in pure numbers. And then also realistically, what can be accomplished by November 20th? Because I believe that this program would still be subject to that timeline. But, I believe in you as a division director. I want to believe in your ability to unify DED and deliver government-led economic development. But don't get cocky and say if you had supervisory authority over hardship or this program or that program, that it would have magically be working well right now. The unforeseen circumstances that you've identified have also plagued these other programs, but more telling, you have tens of millions of dollars unspent, and that's what you requested for. And yes, it does ultimately come back to you. The buck stops with you. If you were in charge, people would probably still be waiting for their business licenses. So don't take that attitude toward other branches of the government. Nobody's trying to beat you up individually, and you don't need to take that cocky attitude to other programs. So respectfully, I appreciate your work. I appreciate the earnestness and all of the funding that you've been able to push out there for our people. But let's remember, we're all on the same team. We're all in this together. Let's reduce the temperature in this virtual room right now and support one another. Thank you, Speaker. I yield my time.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. With that, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Well, my thought right now is that we had much time already allocated since when we have appropriated these dollars. And basically, one area is that how much do you have in that is unspent? That's one. If we do grant this, what is your projections? How much do you think you'll get out by the 20th of November? And the last is that how many applicants do you have at this time, whether it's artisan and businesses, Navajo business across the nation, and break it down by agencies. And I believe if we can get this information out to the delegate, especially to the delegate region, that's very, very important. And with that, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 3 seconds. Put on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes, 42 seconds.
Speaker, I actually would like to ask the controller what her thoughts are on this change, one. And then two, I'm wondering, for the eligibility requirement, there was the mention that non-Navajos can apply for this, and that franchises and enterprises would now be allowed to apply for these for this money. I wonder, do they have any business insurance? That's my second question. My last thing is, I just want to point out that council gave $24.6 million to the casinos, and it did help them. It kept them above water, but eventually gaming had to come back, and we as a council had to decide whether we were going to reopen, because that's the only way that businesses can survive. So with that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
That reserve your time at 1 minute, 52 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 34 seconds.
Reserve my time. Thank you.
33 seconds.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, point of privilege.
Speaker, I did ask if we could get some feedback or some information on where the controller stands with this request. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, I have reached out to the controller, and I'm going back on reserve time right now. Once I'm done with the reserve time, I'm going back to Mr. Willie to answer the questions from your colleagues, and then I'll be going over to the controller.
I apologize for being impatient. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, Honorable Daniels, 48 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Zaban Yafi. I'm Seniki Kodo, Washing Kodo, Hikati, Jahodo, Hit the Neva Kati, Jahodon rated them. A job by that, in again, rate them, Nanasta, yes, Hikito, Nan on the Ray, Nada, Nisikita, I don't know that Sitikita. The Bukanati, Jahodo, so it is, I see you had so bad wins, so it is, I'm ready to vote green on this Kodo Dam. I yield the rest of my time for those speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Stewart. Then there was questions directly to your agent, and then I'll go over to Madam Controller.
Okay, to the speaker, thank you, our colleagues. Thank you for the comments and remarks thus far. So, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Shatila, Mr. Willie, to answer those questions to the speaker.
Yeah, Shania, Otto, yeah, Honorable Speaker Damon. The current expenditure, replying to Madam Chair Charles Newton's request for the now Navajo businesses, they are businesses on the Navajo Nation. They are established businesses. Some have been in business for years, decades for some, who have establishments on Navajo. Of course, the evaluation would be done based off of the current business. We do have particular requirements in the expenditure plan that asks particular questions to these businesses. Of course, with the amendments coming forth, it will include the question for the percentage of Navajo employment. Current data does have provided to us shows a 97 to 100% employment level of Navajo employees of these establishments on Navajo, with the exception of the owner, or with the exception of the designatee for these particular business site leases. Of course, the opportunity will be there for them, but in the very end, it's really up to these individuals to move forward to apply for these funds. Again, preference would be to our higher capacity Navajo-owned businesses that sit in some of the tourism corridors on Navajo. And then also speaking to the current data that we have in place, there is a total applicant pool of 4,928. Of those applicants there, about 2,478 have been awarded. So that means the remainder of those, 2,478 are pending application. Honorable, so I have not broken that down by agency. I do provide reports to honorable members. Highlight the that I send to oversight and to Speaker's office when we have our weekly updates that's provided. And so therefore our current identified number by agency, I'm just going to go through briefly. Eastern Agency, 244. Alliance Agency, 440. Central Agency, 244. Agency, 288. Northern Agency, 276. Off reservation, 6. And so that concludes that portion of there. Honorable Slater, thank you for the comments. I do apologize for speaking in any way that was not my feedback that I have provided to honorable members. I am aware of our current situation that we have in place right now, or where I've provided and developed from the beginning forward. Therefore, I have brought forward amendment requests to honorable members here in collaboration of our efforts to see forth the success of the expenditure program up to our current evaluated time frame that we have in place for this particular program. And so therefore our forecast that is laid out for the next coming, it's actually 11 days as of today, is going to be developed, is developed in the legislation packet that was provided under Exhibit B, which shows the identified projected expenses. The item number 2 shows where we are at with projected pay for Navajo artisans and businesses, and that's looking at $4.8 million. Another one to those applicants that sit in the higher capacity is at $20.4 million. We do have some pending contracts in place right now for subrecipient and for 164 emergency contracts that were submitted, and those are looking at $4 million. Whatever doesn't get put in place will be reverted back. I'm understandable of that situation. We do have the deadline set for November 20th for the current expenditure program here moving forward. So again, I speak to this just because that is how I present this, and this is how it was developed. I've been brought in on various updates to leadership every time to provide feedback, and that's what I have here before you again. This is again our report number 13 of our expenditure plan since day one of the initiation of the program. We do have processes set up, and that's the process that we're seeing through as the administrators of this program. So Honorable Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. That, colleagues, the time now is 6:20 p.m. colleagues, and just for clarity, I really do not want to keep the staff here that late. I know some of the roads are icy, and it is colder during this when we go into fall and into winter times, just as an FYI. So plan of caution for the staff. With that, let me go back to the floor. I have my colleagues wanting to speak. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Shiaj, thank you for sponsoring this legislation, and for your agent. Thank you for all of the information. What I think, so my question is to the controller, if you can give us an estimate on how much is in the hardship assistance program with all of the legislations that have been approved and been reallocated, and in terms of how many Navajos have applied in the first week of the application, and just a rough number then, if that number is what we're, if that's all who's going to apply, how much, if we, the encumbered amount, I think is $35 million, how much could that help out our Navajo people? Speaker, what I'm trying to do is I'm comfortable in making the hard decisions. Unfortunately, my district, I have not received any support from this legislation, and I think it goes back to the concerns that I've raised to Judge Mr. Willie, that there's no economic development opportunities or considerations here on District 12 and the communities that I represent, although we are in a major corridor, and we would like to support the initiatives, but at this point, I have not received a supporting comment and have asked them to continue to support the hardship regarding this legislation. So if I could get those questions answered, thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Thank you. Chair, I'm probably reserving time at 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Let me go back to
Speaker,
Madam,
this is Delegate
Honorable Charlene. So I have you in the queue already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me go back to the controller at this time. I forgot to go directly to the controller after Mr. Willie in regards to not only now Madam Chair Crowdy's question, but also Madam Chair Charles Newton had a question prior, and those questions need to be answered. So let me go back to Madam Controller first before we move on. Madam Controller?
Speaker, Yate Ado Shahab. Ado, I believe Shadeja, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, I'll start with that one. Wanted to know about my opinion on this. So I think just to kind of give it some context, which I don't think there's enough said about how this program was started, this small business and artisan. When I brought in our consultant way back a few months ago, I refer to this as my proof of concept on how a hardship program will need to be built, because at some point, if you recall, I said there may be a time when hardship is something we will have in our back pockets so we can get the money out. So my proof of concept was to make sure that the small business and artisan program is something we can utilize a portal. And so way back when, we did get together with Division of Economic Development with Mr. Willie here. Otto, we basically, through the consultant, we built the portal and we built the online application. The reason being is also a little bit of forethought for my office was because at some point when Treasury comes in, when our external auditors come in, we needed that portal as a repository of this program. So all we need to do is give our auditors read-only access. There's no way to do it any other way. So that's what we did. Our consultants, technical team, developers, they worked on this, they developed it, and so this is not easy stuff. We can't just push a button and change something. You know, it's hard to do that, not to mention all the things we're working on. So I really feel, if you want my opinion, that it's too late. It's kind of getting late. I think there's been comments made about it as well. So if this passes, then we have to go back and redo our portal to make sure that we can accommodate these changes. The other thing is there's applications ongoing. So we don't know how much ramifications it has because we can track the numbers, but we don't know how much can get through after we make changes. That will take some time, the development to put the changes in place through the portal, and then go through, and I want to also, in case you don't know, because I don't really think we talk about it, our consultant, I will say that we have 30 full-time people helping the small business and artisan program right now. So it takes a lot of work. There's a lot of levels of review. There's 3 levels of review to get this done. It took a little bit of coordination with OOC, because we have to get payment out through a third party. So there was a lot of work that OOC has done. So these things, you know, are not easy. We had to coordinate. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware, because I don't think anybody talks about this, all the behind the scenes work that we've had to do and so forth. All that time, keep in mind, OOC did not have a budget. So essentially our consultant essentially fronted the money to work on our stuff. So keep that in mind as well. But at this point in time, if we are to make changes, it will take a little bit of time. So it's not something we can just go the other way and change. I feel like since August, putting this in place, I believe it was towards the end of August, it was plenty of time in Aro could end the Navajo jisho. I don't push it the whole jisho. So again, it's the same thing. So it's a lot of work on us. Aro, at the end, I will say again, we did do the hardship assistance, and like I said, it was like in the back of our pocket in case we've been talking about those things a few months ago. Aro kudahojisho sheya aro sa apahanata sesto then he didn't didn't not del so a audit yan case so a 1500 500 a yan case. So I think Shadeja is asking about the how much a hardship the Boston no United kid they'll get Amber Crotty. So right now, based on the original one of the 2 legislation, the 2 allocations that were made, it's $415,832. So we do have on our OOC website that based upon, on our OOC website, we have an interactive graph that can show you how much is needed and so forth on the hardship. So if we have the assumption of, I know Vital Statistics gave us that number, 327,726 Navajos, enrolled Navajos. And if 75% of them, so approximately 280,000 Navajos apply for the hardship, and with what's in there, with $90 million, if 285,000 of our people apply, then what that means is every adult will get $454. Every minor will get $151. So based on the pot that we have of a little over 90 million. So 80,000, and I think Shadeja was asking about that. The other thing I will add is so far with the online application. We have 100,000 people for which there's applications, whether just by one person or a number of people through the online. 100,000 agenda isto auto. The paper applications, so far we've started scanning those into the portal. We have approximately 50,000 right now, so we're well on our way. This is only a couple of weeks in, and so that's the activity on the hardship assistance side. We do have issues with our vital statistics database, and I think if those issues are addressed, we will get a lot more applicants submitting their applications. So I just want to add that as well. So every change that is made, I just want to generally state that the different reallocations and allocations that are occurring takes a little bit of time. For example, I know that Nabikiatki approved 40,961,416 and also ella reallocate Nadnata, which is OMB Basala. So far that's not in the business unit. So when we're doing reallocations and so forth, some of these things administratively takes time. Again, today is November 10th. We have 33 working days, and we have 50 days total till December 30th. So
Question of privilege, speaker.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Question of privilege. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Controller, just really quickly, you had the amount on your website earlier of how much was unspent. I believe that was $383,344,697. Is that currently what is remaining in the pot, as in what the Navajo Nation has not spent? Thank you.
Madam Controller.
Speaker, Otto Shadeja, Benighted Kidigi, yes, as of the close of business November 9th, what is the budget balance was $383,810,697. I just want to say that was as close of business November 9th. Adeya, close of business November 10th. I do have an updated figure, and that the budget balance is $373,227,042.21. So that is the most updated number we have. So
Thank you. With that,
repeat the figure.
Let me go back to the board. Hello? Hello? Someone say something?
Oh, yeah.
Chairman Daniel So, you want me to put you in the queue?
No, that wasn't me, Speaker.
Speaker, I believe that was Honorable Kialan Begay who requested to repeat that amount.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Shay, is that correct? Honorable Keon Begay?
Repeat the figure, please. Thank you.
Madam Controller, if you could repeat that amount one more time.
Abira. So the budget balance as of close of business November 10th, the amount is $373,227,042.21. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let me go ahead and move on down. I got Chairman Dez next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. And Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Appreciate your legislation that's brought before the council here. Mr. J.T. Willie, I really appreciate the work that you do, that you brought this. You're not asking for funding, you just want to modify the criteria. So, pero kaitaw siya na passion na tipes sa bityo hada daw ni so nan agot ngin so bityo hada ni ikoreda hol just na given na chin. You don't need to apologize. Shut down. And on this case, if you're standing up for the people, you're standing up for the people to voice your concern that this money needs to be spent. So be it. They're going to be thankful that you stood up and spoke what you need to say. So thank you, Mr. J.T. Willie. You don't need to apologize. I'd like to make a motion that we cease debate and vote on this.
I second that, Speaker.
I'll second the motion.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. I'm just calculating over here, Chairman Nez. Thank you. With that, colleagues, recognizing the cease debate by Chairman Rick Nez, and the recognition is because we have been talking about this legislation for almost close to 2 hours. It's actually an hour and 48 minutes. In that time frame, colleagues, there's been 3 individuals who voiced their opinion for it, 3 individuals who have voiced their opinion against it, and 2 individuals who have not stated that. With that, there's a clear balance on this legislation, honorable colleagues. So there's a motion to cease debate on legislation 0274-20 by Chairman Nez. Is there a second?
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, supersedes the previous motion. There's no debate on a cease debate. Just go straight to the board and vote on the cease debate motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about Green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Gallen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Virginia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Virginia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knazbach Clardy.
Delegate Amber Knazbach Clardy votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbach Clardy votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Cornell Helena.
Helena votes green.
Honorable Cornell Helena votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
So there's vote. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Excuse me, I vote red. Yellowhair votes red.
Yellowhair votes red.
Yes.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Rich James.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Rich James. Honorable Rich James votes red via text. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor and 6 opposed.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 15 in favor, 6 opposed. The total majority that casted the vote was 21. The motion needed 22/3 of the voting body to pass, and that is 14 members. Motion carries. Cease debate, or motion for cease debate carries. With that, clear board on legislation 0274-20.
Honorable Elmo Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasbach Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinier. Honorable Vince James.
I don't know.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Altoso.
I vote red.
Honorable Altoso votes red. Honorable Charlene Self.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene Self votes red. Honorable Daniel Self.
Daniel Stowe votes for red.
Honorable Daniel Self votes red. Honorable Eugene Self.
Oh, no, it's a cheat. Shit.
Honorable Eugene Self votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Jamie Hinier.
Hinier votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hinier votes red. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate Vince Jane votes red for Granada Hornet Country.
Honorable Rich James votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 10 in favor and 11 opposed.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0274-20 with a vote of 10 in favor, 11 opposed, speaker not voting, motion fails. That, colleagues, moving on down. Item number B on legislation 0275-20, sponsored by Chairman Hino, co-sponsor by Chairman Daniel So. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0275-20, an action relating to an emergency, and the Navajo Nation Council adopting amended Navajo Nation CARES Fund CJY-67-20 expenditure plans for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority projects. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0275-20, is there a motion?
Motion, Elmer Pibigay.
Delegate So.
Elmer Pibigay. Second by Honorable Charlene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions on 0275-20? Going once, going twice, going three times. For the board on legislation 0275-20. This is a 2/3 vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K.L. Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K.L. Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Lee.
Charles Nguyen votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Lee votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Cardi.
Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes green. Thank you. And for all the folks on Facebook, Yat A, thank you for joining us.
Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Cornell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Cornell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Hino votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Rich James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green, I'm sorry, green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Altoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Altoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yalzi.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yalzi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elliott.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Elliott votes green.
Eugene So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rich James votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you. With that, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Moving on down. On the agenda, item number C, legislation 0283-20, sponsored by Chairman Yazzie. Was it 2/3 legislation, Mr. Pico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0283-20, an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council amending the Navajo Nation Cares Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan enacted by CS-73-20 for Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9 has been read into the record by electronic voice recording, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, legislation 0283-20. Motion. Is there a motion? Going once?
I'll delegate
Twice. Charlene, so.
Second.
Second.
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. Any comments, questions on legislation 0283-20?
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have questions. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Chairman Yazzie, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, Speaker and Council, thank you for allowing this legislation to be heard on the Council. I'm walking back to my office, so I was ready to have dinner, but it's cold out here. So, Council, I would ask for your support. As we always say that we listen, to our people, our constituents. And I know we've heard a lot, from the controller. And this legislation was started off through a Yambato chapter, listening to their concerns, the membership, about the funding of the CARES Act. And so, of course, we give our report. And when we were given our report, people had asked if there's a possible way that we can get our funding to us right away for the chapter. And I explained to them, it's your right. And so they did. And I don't know if I have our chapter secretary, Wanda Arvizo, who may be online, and then also our chapter president from Standing Rock, Mr. Johnny Johnson, if he is online. But my colleague, this legislation is to give the chapters to start
spending the CARES Act funds right away. I do understand what the controller has said, and I respectfully intake in what presentation she has done. But there's a lot of our people out there, and when I heard someone of my colleagues, someone saying that people are living in the cardboard boxes, and that's really sad. We have limited time to spend this funding, and our people are asking, for wood, for pallets, for feed for their livestock. And this CARES Act is only a one-time deal for us. And so it's for them. And I have an elder that has been sending me pictures of where she's living in her vehicle right now. We all pitched in and got her a hotel room in Gallup, but she's homeless. And it just breaks my heart, and especially with this cold season that's going on right now. I mean, last night it got, almost to 7 degrees, and it's going to be the same way. But my colleagues, this legislation, again, was a resolution through a Yambato chapter pleading with the council that we need to get this funding to us ASAP. We need, the COVID numbers are high, are getting back up there. And again, the CARES Act funds was to control the numbers. And so it's going back up again, my colleagues. And so I would just ask that, for your support. And if not, then at least the controller knows, and at least my colleagues know that we need to get this funding out right away. So with that, Speaker, I believe I have our chapter secretary from Yambato that is online. I would like to go ahead and give her some time. Speaker, sir.
Yes, Mr. Yazzie, I am online.
Okay, thank you. So with that, yes. Speaker, with your permission, sir, I would like to have Ms. Arvizo say a few words, sir.
Yes, go ahead. That's your agent.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Ms. Arvizo.
Shanant I, Mr. Yazzie, Ado Shanant I, Speaker Damon, Do Are, Shanant I, Besh Bahasa Anada Nosliniги, Hot I, Yahai, Sadate, She Yahai, Wanda Arvizo in Chia, No Yambato, Do Ena Sha, Halsoin Snow, Twatne, Blini, Bashin, Adotne, Sane, Dashanella, Do, Nanish, Ajay, Dashay. Ahot yat ein hitani aron lay chapter secretary treasurer Ainslin lay Yambato chapter Aro Anabalacha Yahai Eastern Navajo Agency Council to Secretary Ainslin Ako Yahan hitani don lay hot Yahai the legislation 283-20 a Bahas Street do lay do Mr. Yazzie do Yahab dani don lay. We're asking for your support regarding legislation 28320, and I'll just give some bullet points on.
Hold on, Ms. Arvizo. The yellow hair, can you please mute your phone? Honorable yellow hair. Sorry, Ms. Arvizo. Give the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just provide some bullet points on why we're asking for this amendment to the Navajo Nation CARES Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan, which was approved by Resolution CS-73-20. Navajo chapters are the local governments of the Navajo Nation. Chapters understand and represent their local communities. Some chapters prepared CARES Fund expenditures plans back in April, May of 2020, right after we heard that this money was coming from the federal government. Responsible Navajo chapters budget and spend monies within set parameters. Navajo chapters who are capable to handle the funds should be provided the opportunity to receive the Navajo Nation CARES money directly into their bank accounts. Do not delay this process nor put us in a position to return CARES monies that were intended to help our Navajo people. Allow us to expend these funds to respond to and mitigate COVID-19. Each chapter has its own bank account and manages financial accounting tasks in accordance with policies balanced with the delivery of direct services to the Navajo people. Further, the Navajo Nation Finance Division, Office of the Controller, is challenged, especially during this unprecedented time, and it has become even more evident the current processes are not working. Prior to COVID, the financial processes of the Navajo Nation hindered vital project implementation and completion for chapters, such as timely payments of chapter utilities is an example of how the chapter's gaming fund was handled by the Finance Division. Second, the portal system that is currently used for the CARES Fund is not user-friendly. Last Friday, the due date, chapters were told the portal was not working properly and were told to submit expenditure plans on Excel sheets to Baker Tilly. Data input on the portal is cumbersome and time-consuming. Input of percentages only, not accepting 2 decimal points, no calculation of dollar amounts at times, no notification that the system is updating or saving your file. In some cases, the total percentages do not equal 100%. Those are just some examples. The portal system was supposed to streamline and simplify the process. On the contrary, it is causing confusion, frustration, and is untrustworthy. These are some examples. Another chapter's expenditure plan ended up on a chapter's expenditure plan in the portal system. Take, for example, the Rue chapters ended up on a Yumbatos. And the council resolution approving the sample expenditures put in the portal system, they put these in line by line with no room for other items. As a result, Baker Tilly is telling us to input wherever we feel it fits best, putting chapters in the position of trying to fit a square into a circle. Lastly, we humbly ask our leaders of the Navajo Nation to exercise our sovereignty and remember we are Navajo. We are unique and our needs are unique. Do not let the federal government force feed us. The Navajo people feel and live the uncertainty the pandemic has created, the danger for the at-risk and leaving our homes, the grief for the lives lost. This pandemic has stretched our finances individually and governmentally and hugely impacted the mind, body, and soul. Not to mention, it has upended our culture, traditions, and way of life. We ask for your support and approval of legislation 28320. The Eastern Navajo Agency Council, Mr. Johnson, I'm not sure if he's on the line. Back to you, Mr. Yazzie.
Okay, Ms. Arvizo, thank you. Speaker, so with that, I don't know if Mr. Johnson's online. If you are, sir, please acknowledge. But my colleague, again, the legislation is an outcry from the membership, the chapter in utilizing this CARES Act fund. And did a lot of thinking when Mike was approached and got the resolution. And I want to thank our legal staff too, Ms. Barbara, for helping in drafting up the legislation. And I know staff are very busy. So with that, and then also Mr. Mark Freeland's legislation, in which gives us the opportunity to spend funding from the CARES Act to our chapters. And of course, we support that. But this legislation is to get the process going, my colleagues, so that people can start seeing the results of this CARES Act fund. And so what else can I say, my colleagues? I mean, it's for them, it's for the people that need help. And so, and they are entitled, yes, from the CARES Act. And so the funding that was given from the DC office. So Speaker, I will do my best to answer questions. And so, Mr. Johnson, are you online? Okay, so with that, Speaker, I stand for questions myself and Ms. Arvizo. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, we go to, we do have a motion on legislation 0283-20. Do you have a second? So let me go to the floor. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the presentation as well. So I'm a little bit worried going back to what the controller has stated. Colleagues, we pretty much grilled the controller for a few hours regarding the CARES money. And she did state time and time again that it is a bad idea to just give directly to the chapters. And I want to stress again that we don't have the money to pay back if we fall into any audit issues. I'm a little bit concerned about this request. I'm looking at the legislation, and it's basically saying that chapters could opt out or bypass the online portal that's administered by DCD. DCD oversees the chapters. Sometimes it's not always the greatest oversight, but they do oversee the chapters, and that chapters should be working directly with them. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to get some information from the controller and get her opinion on this legislation. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Madam Chair Charles Newton. Reserve time 3 minutes 47 seconds. Let me go to the controller at this time. Madam Controller.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So Otto, Speaker, and then members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Shadeja, regarding this legislation. I know I've been on the hot seat for a few hours after my report on the status of the 7320. And so I just wanted to stress that, and I said it before, given if chapters opt out of going through DCD and the centralized procurement that we have as contemplated by the 73-20, so I think I was muted. So if if there are chapters out there that will wish to pursue and if this should go forward, and if they wish to do this, the only way, and I know the legislation says there will be a direct payment, and even though that's what it will say, from our office, since we're charged with compliance, we still have the federal rules to follow. And I believe every legislation that's been passed, CARES legislation, Treasury guidance, all of them have been attacked. And so, so we still have to follow federal rules. And some of the federal rules that I keep mentioning is the uniform guidance. So all of that requires any sub-grants to another sub-political entity, such as chapters, will require a subrecipient agreement. So my office simply can't make a payment, like it happens with general funds. That's not how it will work. We will violate federal rules and have all sorts of issues if my office does that. So, so therefore, we cannot make a direct payment unless there's a subrecipient agreement in place. More than likely, and I can't say for certain that any chapter will not be a high risk. And when I say high risk, I mean high risk in accordance to the uniform guidance, which is all in 2 CFR 200 and thereafter. Those are the rules we have to follow. And so if they're high risk, I cannot make a direct payment. I will have to insist on a reimbursement. So what that means is chapters have to front the money and get reimbursement. So that is the way it works, and it's not my rules. It is the federal government's rules. We will be judged by auditors, whether it's the Inspector General of Treasury, to do those things that they want us to do. So that is the reason why when 73-20 was being discussed, we went through the centralized procurement. So I just want to stress all of those things. So unless chapters can get into a subrecipient agreement in the next 10 days, and if they're expecting payment, it's not going to happen. They have to front the money. We have to come up with a disbursement schedule. Our office still has to do subrecipient monitoring. Cash management dictate that we're not going to advance any money, especially if they're high risk, and more than likely chapters, most of them are high risk, if not all of them are. And so maybe there might be one or two exceptions if they've handled federal grants before and they have an internal control in place, and so forth. I don't even know if I can say the same thing for non-certified chapters, because I don't think they have the internal control mechanism in place. So those are, for all of those reasons, I would say we have to follow those rules despite some of these things, because, and I've gotten asked the same question, why are certain things on expenditure plan, if they weren't allowable? Well, I have to answer in the same way, even though we pass these things, but at the end of the day, we have to answer to the federal government, including the Inspector General of Treasury. So, I also feel like if we were to do something like this, it might have been better a few months ago, because we had the time. Although we've all discussed this earlier, at this point in time, we're running out of time. And I'm only saying all of these from the perspective of my office because we're charged with compliance. Because I'm saying this does not mean the needs are out there and the people need help. They certainly do. So I believe I covered most of some of the things that's required under the federal rules regarding something that's being contemplated by this that's before us. So that's it.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Before I move on down to the, this isn't to colleagues, this is Speaker Damon. Before I move on down to the next individual, Honorable Charlene. So let me get some, I guess, some clarity on a timeline basis of this legislation, so that if this legislation continues to have debate, just know that this information that I give is part of the timeline that I just now discussed with the Office of Legislative Services, and then meeting the timeline of this going across the street to the president, and then ultimately to have the documents go into a sustainable memorandum of agreement or a contract that with each individual chapter. If we pass this legislation tonight, I just now asked the Office of Legislative Council how soon they could get this done. And you probably could get certified maybe as early as Thursday, but for sure on Friday. That's the 13th. And then the president has 10 days after that. That goes out to the 23rd of November. Clearly, the president usually takes his 10 days. And if he takes his 10 days on that one, the 23rd, you have to remember the dollars would automatically start to lapse back in due to the recommendation at NABI when we moved the date from the 30th back to the 20th. But if that was still the case, and if that wasn't the case, you would still go forth. You would work together with the Department of Justice, as the controller just indicated, and each one of the contracts, just like this, if it's Mariano Lake or another chapter from Chairman Yazzie or anybody's chapter across the nation, was going to go into an agreement with the controller's office. You would probably be looking at the tax office to create that with Mr. Mel Rodas and other staff starting on November 24th, that time frame, and then you're going into Thanksgiving. So you're probably going to have a memorandum of agreement or the subrecipient contract back from DOJ maybe around the 4th of December. So I'm just trying to put clarity into the timeline, honorable colleagues, for this legislation too as well. So again, just not opposing or anything. I'm just trying to read out the lyrical logistics of this timeline. Thank you, colleagues. Moving on down, Honorable Charlene. So, floor is yours.
She's Aroyat at Fourth Nation Council Delegate. Thank you for joining us on this day. And thank you to the staff for staying this late again with us. My prayers to you for safe travel back home. The legislation, Delegate Yazzie, and this is a legislation that did bring some controversy as well, but majority, after consulting and listening to my chapters, we had a few hiccups and minor setbacks because of the disbursement of the CARES Act fund. And Anita Shayaji has the Delegate Yazzie. There are a few
Charlene, so Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So going twice. Stop her time at 4 minutes, 4 seconds. Honorable Charlene So going 3 times. Serve time at 4 minutes, 4 seconds. Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice.
Yeah, okay. I'm here now. Okay. I just want to reserve my time, Speaker. I reserve my time. You hear me?
Yes.
What did
Every time at 4 minutes, 56 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Speaker, note, Bishmasan, 24th Council, note, Mr. Honorable Yazi, brother, for this legislation. I hear that most of the chapters are in the same predicament, and they're wanting to quickly expedite and use this money. My question goes to the Department of Justice. I don't know if the Department of Justice is here listening with us this late of the hour, but under Exhibit 1C, it has that frequently asked questions, and it talks about tribal governments. I'm not trying to interpret the law or to give an opinion here, so don't get me wrong. All I need is insight from the Department of Justice. It speaks about on page 2. It says, may a state receiving a payment transfer funds to local government. Now, could we be considered like a state, the Navajo Nation? And it says yes. And could the local government be considered as the chapter or local government? That's what we were trying to do. I remember that was the big talking point when President Hale was running for president. He says, "E aja hakabadot ben e ajan dadash ben e aja badat egi." Let's give them the authority. So that's my question, Speaker. Under this page 2 of Exhibit 1C, I'd like to have a clarification from the Department of Justice. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Every time at 3 minutes, 4 seconds, Vice Chair. That. Department of Justice, are you on the line? Good evening, Department of Justice.
Point of privilege.
Honorable Otto So, point of privilege.
Thank you very much, Speaker. When the Navajo Nation Council is in session, whether it's a regular session or a special session, Department of Justice is supposed to be on the line. If that is so, we should write a letter related to this issue and have her answer. Thank you.
This is Rudy. I was on mute. I apologize.
Okay.
We are looking into the question and we'll get an answer back to you.
Who's this for the record?
This is Rudy Anaya, Tax and Finance Unit, Department of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Anaya.
Speaker Damon, if I may, this is Adjoa, also from the Tax and Finance Unit. I got cut off the line right as I started to respond, but as Mr. Anaya said, we're looking to it and should have an answer momentarily. I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us this evening. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, I'll come back to them before I go back to the reserve time.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Noon, question of privilege.
Yes, Speaker, I just have one question based on the information that you provided about the timeline and then the legislative process. Is this legislation out of order, since technically by the time something is done, it'll be past the November 20th deadline? Thank you.
Under the opinion of the ruling on myself, I would say no, Madam Chair, and the reason why is because theoretically, we could send this over to the president on Thursday. He could sign it on Friday. DOJ could move heaven and earth and try to get a chapter, what did I call it? A plan, the contract with each chapter. Subrecipient contract with each chapter in 2 or 3 days before the 20th. But I mean, that I have never seen a subrecipient contract go through that quickly, because again, it would have to go through the 164 process. But theoretically, it could, Madam Chair. So that's the reason why I don't think this legislation is out of order. It's just it's very difficult to get it through the process. So let me go to the Legislative Council.
Good evening. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I agree with Speaker that this legislation is not out of order because, as he said, theoretically the Speaker could, theoretically it could be certified by the legislative branch, provided to the President and signed into law prior to December 15th, which is actually the ultimate deadline for unencumbered funds, and it could also theoretically be in place by November 20th. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. That we continue on down. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I guess we had a
Honorable Otto So, I lost you.
And I really hope that the delegates really look at what the...
Honorable Otto So,
you hear me?
I got you maybe the first 3 seconds, and then you lost, and then you just came back. So we didn't hear what you said for about 10, 15 seconds.
Come back to me. Come back to me. Reserve my time.
Okay. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. With that, let me go back to the sponsor. Chairman Niazi, those questions.
Speaker, to the questions that have been asked, okay, with Ms. Charles Newton, we'll respond back to what the controller had said. The council, of course, were policymakers, and this here is a policy issue, okay? And so whatever legislation council has, and if it passes, then if the president signs off on it, then it becomes law. And I know, Speaker, you mentioned the time, running out of time with the bill if it passes. This is one reason why the legislation was drafted, because we've already seen how chapters are having a difficult time in trying to get this CARES Act out. So I know DOJ is going to be speaking soon, so whatever, yeah, we have to go accordingly to federal guidelines, but also we have our own laws that we make as well. And so I just wanted to respond to that. And I don't know if it does pass, if President Nez is going to either veto or may approve. That's unknown right now. But the fact here, my colleague, is again, we're trying to get this funding out to the membership as soon as possible. So on many factors, so the safety of our members is there health-wise, and then also to control the numbers of COVID that's going back up again. So, Speaker, I just wanted to mention that, sir.
Speaker, Daniel So, put me in the queue.
Okay, Chairman So will put you in the queue. With that, moving on down. I'm with Keon Begay.
Speaker, Shay. Kudo, other Chairman, Delegate, Brother Mr. Yazzie, and then your agent. Legislation Kodoni Tozaki, earlier tonight that kid, you know that I, to some extent I defend the chapters because ayo to that they're not being trusted with the money. So you know that there's always a bad apple that makes the whole bag of apple bad. Some of these chapters there are sanctions. How do they get involved? And then what about the certified chapters? Earlier tonight, this kid, no, one of my chapter is subject to just almost 200,000 to purchase gloves and just 200,000 worth of mask or hand sanitizer. No, so what is it that now earlier, Madam Controller, I want to pose a question back at her. The chapters, they're saying that we're just going to take it, give it back and for hardship in that total amount that was given to the chapter, is that being reserved only for that particular chapter registered voters or people that indicate they're affiliated with that chapter? Because chapter the never so the need no now a lot of these it relates to the hardship I need to get clarification on that one. And you did indicate earlier that chapters have an opportunity to resubmit their budget, not that next up, but of course the timeline is already is coming near. At the same time, maybe give chapters an option just to say that, okay, just give them out as hardship. What's the difference? Hardship so I thought Ecuador would distribute that, so why can't the chapter also do that at the local chapter level? So that's one area I need clarification, Speaker. So Ecuador, I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. 139. With that, Madam Controller, I don't know if you heard the question. I'll be coming to you. Actually, let me just go to you right now. Then I'll come back if DOJ is ready to answer Vice Chair Smith's question. Madam Controller?
Speaker, Otto, members of council, Otto Shinalikudo Higo Benadin Kid Otto Asto Bahashneto Do Dahatniki you know, because we have to follow all these other rules. Same thing. We are either running out of time or it doesn't quite fit into something that's allowable, or for a few other reasons. I think I'll address, I think you were hardship by if that's happening, how come it's not? Why can't the chapters do that? Auto, I keep saying duplicating. Keep in mind that the Navajo Nation is the prime recipient. So Ado Sajo, Beso, Bena Ilniho Ado, they're doing the same thing, even though they're not the prime recipient. If they're a subrecipient, then those cause issues. Ado, some of the other things, when we follow Treasury guidance, you can't just hand over the money. So that's the one reason why we were talking about per capita. So we have to figure out expenses and things that people have suffered hardship. So with the Navajo Nation, the general hardship that we have, we set that up, the application process and everything. If somebody else does it, then, you know, conceivably you can have a person use the same expenses to qualify under two programs. And essentially we talked about double dipping too. So we say that's duplicating. That's what we advise. So it's because of the way the BASO came in, and the Navajo Nation is the prime recipient. If they're doing the same thing as the Navajo Nation, then those are problems that the feds will see. So, in terms of hardship, Otto, your question about the reserve for registered voter. So, because the Navajo Nation has one hardship program as a prime recipient, the best we could do, it would be essentially kind of too much work, I would say, if we have to track registered voters on top of everything else. So the best we could do was to track who all would be getting hardship. So, so if a chapter says, I'm just going to put it into hardship, then when the community members go to apply for the hardship, on the application, we did put room for people to put down their chapter affiliation, maybe not necessarily registered, because when we're talking about minors, they're not registered yet. So, but if somebody goes and apply and says, I'm from Ganado and I affiliate with Ganado, regardless of whether they're purged or they're still on the election roll, but they identify and say they're from there, then that will get tracked. So that's how we're working the hardship program. So no matter what a tribe does, whether they, spend all their money between now and November 20th, and they don't give anything to the hardship, regardless, we're still tracking that through the application, so long as applicants put that information in their application. So a general hardship, but to track every dollar that the chapter has allocated and said, this much I'll put into the hardship, and then to track to see if those go with the registered voter is too much work at this time, given the resources we have and given the time we have left. So
Thank you. That, Holly, so we continue on back down. Honorable Slater, you are up.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this legislation falls in the long line of getting the chapter's hopes up that we'd be able to get them support at crunch time where they can spend down the funding. But the fact of the matter is, even with a really rosy timeline, this funding is not going to be more efficiently spent in this manner. And the issues that were identified, the procedural ones, are things that can be rectified through communication with DCD and the controller. Can't underscore this enough. The council appropriated funding back at the beginning of the spring, and we wouldn't be in this situation if that hadn't been vetoed. But at this point, it would just be reckless to pass this and think that we can force through however many number of subrecipient agreements through the system when it's the exact same system that has slowed down and hindered the execution and delivery of this same funding. So we're saying, okay, we're going to alternate from this path within the same system onto this other path that still requires the president's signature. Maybe Delegate Yazi's chapters will be able to get his signature really quickly. Maybe they won't. But I know 110 of them can't get those signatures very quickly. Maybe even 10 or 20. The sheer amount of work that is required with these subrecipient agreements will overwhelm our very fragile system as it is right now. So I think we need to stick with what we have. It's accountable to the people. And ultimately, while we need to support our chapters, the fiscal responsibility of us as legislators and the fiduciary responsibility that we have is to the Navajo people. It's not to any one organ or institution within the government. It's standing up and saying, we can verify to you that we know where every penny of this funding that came in went. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Slater, 2 minutes and 20 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So. Good evening.
Oh, yeah.
Yours.
Ados and I, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, Legislative Services, Legislative Council, Department of Justice, and all the folks on Facebook, and all the different means of where people are listening into our discussion. I guess the main thing, earlier in the controller's report, he was saying that the vital records, it was unreliable data source. And now it's like, okay, so the suggestion for voter registration, for myself, I think the voter registration would be more reliable. The other aspect is, okay, if we have 109 expenditure plans, has any one of those expenditure plans been approved? And we're looking at November 20th. When do the chapters expect their expenditure plans to be approved? And based on that, then I guess the other part is several other factors have played in, the bulk buying of vehicles, the bulk buying of equipment. That's a big humongous task, and if the chapters were able to do it on their own, I think that's one of the aspects that we should allow. And the other is, this is a question to Legislative Council. What if we amend the legislation to say that this subrecipient grants would be in concert with the expenditure plans that were submitted to the Division of Community Development and to the Office of the Controller? Would that be more acceptable than just to have a big check? Mr. Speaker, I would reserve the rest of my time.
Chairman Daniel, so reserve your time at 2 minutes, 16 seconds. Let me go back down then to first Department of Justice. Are you ready with with Honorable Vice Chair Smith's question or response?
Yes, Speaker Damon.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. So, honorable delegates, to Vice Chair Smith's question about looking at Exhibit 1C of the document and asking whether or not chapters can be treated as a unit of local government that would receive a transfer of fund payments. The answer is yes, chapters could be considered a unit of local government. And beyond that, I would refer back to what Madam Controller has talked about in terms of, from OOC's perspective, the need to ensure tracking of the funds. And so while a chapter could receive funds from the Navajo Nation as a transfer, as a unit of local government, that would not take away the need for OOC to do what they see fit or what they see as required to ensure that that fund transfer is tracked and accounted for if and when auditors come asking questions. I hope this has answered your question, Vice Chair Smith, but please let me know if there is anything else I need to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Chairman Yazzie, and then there was a request too by Chairman Daniel. So,
okay, Speaker and members of the council, I know Mr. Slater had, I believe he just made statements and comments, and which I appreciate. Mr. So's amendment, I would be open to that, sir, Speaker. Sir?
Chairman Daniel So, do you have that language ready?
No, I sure don't, and that's one of the reasons I was going to ask the Office of Legislative Counsel to basically help with the amendment. The other is to Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Thank you for introducing this legislation, and to your two agents, Ms. Arvizo and Mr. Johnny Johnson. Thank you for bringing forth this action, and this is all just trying to facilitate the usage of these monies as the quickest way and to get the funds and products to help assist our local people. That's foremost and paramount to this particular legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reserve the rest of my time.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. Can I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Barbroff, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. As I understand it, Chairman So wants an amendment that would allow a direct allocation to the chapters based on an expenditure plan. And I'm presuming that that expenditure plan would have to be first approved by the chapter and then by the controller's office. The question I have either to DOJ if they're still on the line, or perhaps the controller has some insight. Would such an arrangement or such a process require a subrecipient agreement? And that information is really key to me drafting the amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. With that, let me go back to Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker. Basically, the expenditure plan that has already been submitted to the Division of Community Development as well as OOC, that would be the expenditure plan. Thank you. Reserve the rest of my time.
Okay. Well, so I guess back to Ms. Barbroff, there would be no change in that expenditure plan, except for.
Speaker, thank you, and Chairman So, thank you for that information. I'm still hoping that DOJ or the controller can answer the question of if the process is that way, does there still need to be a subrecipient agreement in place? Thank you, Speaker. And DOJ or the controller can just email me. Thank you.
Speaker, I can answer.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Controller.
So right now, the information we receive from chapters, most of them are unallowable. So there is not anyone that's approved based on the information that were submitted to DCD and us through the portal. As to the question of whether a subrecipient agreement is required, Yes, under the uniform guidance, which is the 2 CFR 200 series. And the reason why is, again, the nation is the prime recipient, and if the nation chooses to subgrant any portion of the CARES funds to the chapters or any other entity, a sub-recipient agreement is required under uniform guidance, and then the nation would, as prime, would be required to not only get the agreement in place, but spell out the monitoring, reporting, and the cash management disbursement, and if any single audit requirements, all of those need to be spelled out in an agreement. That's why it's required. So the reason why we are here today with Resolution 73-20 is because the nation maintains the control as a prime, and that's why we have what we have as a centralized procurement and just gathering the data. And the nation not only has control and discretion, but how to utilize these dollars as a prime recipient. So hope I answered those questions if you have.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. Thank you, Controller. And I just got an email from the Department of Justice confirming or agreeing with what you said about the subrecipients agreement. So
Great.
Thank you, and I will work on Chairman So's amendment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on down. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so just a reminder.
Point of privilege, Speaker Kellen.
Again, the time is 8:05 p.m. Point of privilege, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, point of privilege to Department of Justice. Earlier, the Controller have indicated that there were certain documents that were forwarded to them for review in order to continue finalizing some of these funding requests. Now, my question is that are they able to provide the council where the slowness or the delays are in a lot of these things? DOJ review no. I mean, what is their policy that's in place right now and to get response on these documents that are forwarded to them regarding CARES funding, especially when we're dealing with the deadline approaching? Speaker, that's my point of privilege to the Department of Justice.
Okay, let me go back then to Mr. Anaya from Department of Justice.
Speaker Damon, this is Adjoa from the Department of Justice, if I may.
Oh yeah, you go ahead.
Thank you very much. Honorable Begay, the question, I believe, is one that was asked earlier in the day, and TFU looked into it. And I will ask Madam Controller to please correct me if I'm wrong, but the TFU at DOJ doesn't have any outstanding documents that we need to review with respect to this. And across DOJ, we have made it a policy that, given, as you pointed out, the need to expedite spending of this money, that all of such documents that come to us get priority and get looked at first. Attorney General McPaul has reached out to find out if there are other units at DOJ that may have some documents that are awaiting review. And at the moment, I do not have an answer about that. But at least at TFU, we do not have any such documents. But I would ask the Controller to please let me know, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
That, Madam Controller?
So, Speaker Otto, Shinale Ebenaitin Kidiki, and earlier you were asking about the 15 million that DIT had a audra budget that anigia. So I know we had Mr. Ben, who is procurement, overseeing procurement, and he did review those contracts. So, and he did tell me that they were sent over. So I don't know, all I know is that we've reviewed our part and it was being sent over to DOJ. That's the next step. Whether it's there today and they're checking on it, I don't know. But we did our part and we moved it past to DOJ. So Otto, so it might be something that is happening right today, and it'll show up Thursday. That type of situation. So from our office, same with DOJ, we review and make CARES funds a priority. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. So I am checking to see if there's anything else I can add to that. But as of earlier today, that's what I was being reported to me from purchasing procurement. So IDEA.
Speaker, point privilege, Callan.
Yes, Honorable Keon, point privilege.
Speaker, okay, with these process, I mean, they talk about the Controller's Office and the Department of Justice clearly provide statements to say that they're following these process. So if there's any specific area that we ask for and both don't know of providing a direct response on it, how do we take that particular response to say that we don't know where it is and so on? No. So I guess this is the prime example of why a lot of our requests of this funding is been delayed, and I don't know if it's been on purpose. So Speaker, and I don't know within this language or policies that were approved by the council, what were the specific instructions to these offices in managing these particular funding requests? Speaker, maybe our legislative council can also answer that. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keon McGee. Point of privilege. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know if Ledge Council has anything else to add on to that.
Speaker Delegate Begay, thank you. I'm not really clear on Delegate Begay's question. I listened to what he said, but I still wasn't quite sure of the question. Perhaps he could restate it for me.
My apology, Kudo, for taking up the time. But my point of privilege is we've been hearing all day that these are complied with, and these are the policies, and these are the procedures that are in place. So my point of privilege is within these policies. So who's at fault in not knowing where these documents are, and what is the consequence if a lot of these fundings are being delayed without knowing where some of these documents are right now? Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. Now I understand. That makes perfect sense that would be your question. To answer who's at fault, that's difficult, of course, to answer. But as far as where the status of a document is in the review process, the person or to be asked is the person who is submitting the document for approval. My guess in this situation with the chapter subrecipient agreements, those or a other type of agreement for these funds, that for the chapter subrecipient agreements, I presume it's the Division of Community Development that submits those documents first to the controller. After the controller has reviewed them, then they submit them to the Department of Justice. That would be the same, for example, if I know, Delegate Begay, you're quite interested in the telecommunications agreements. So I am not sure if, I don't remember off the top of my head whether it was the Department of Information Technology or the Telecommunications Regulatory Office, whoever was responsible for administering that funding, they would be the ones who are steering the documents through the review system. So they would know that once the document has been reviewed by the controller's office, the controller's office notifies the entity, for example, maybe it's Department of Information Technology, that the document is ready for pickup at their office, and then it moves on to the Department of Justice. And then when it's finished with the Department of Justice, then the Division of Information Technology would have to ensure that it gets submitted to the to OPVP. So that is essentially the process, be it whether it's a paper process or an electronic process. Delegate Begay, I suspect as far as the chapter subrecipient agreements or those types of things, that is most likely the Division of Community Development who can really answer your questions about the status of things. Thank you, Speaker. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. That, go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 47 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Madam Controller, for your report. So I will say that I have a fiduciary duty as a council delegate to my people. This duty is to my people. I have to listen to the controller when she says that this is problematic. I know that our nation is facing a revenue shortfall, and as a council, we have to remember that we don't have the money to pay back any of this care money. We have this set of rules that was given to us by the federal government, but now we're saying, oh, those rules don't apply to you. If we truly stand behind the statement that we're doing this for the people, or this is about the people, then why are we just going in circles? Just give it to the hardship, like Pueblo Pintada did, like Benjoto did, like Chief Timbuktu did. Why do we keep putting a middleman between the CARES money and the people? I feel like the controller, and I've stated this so many times, the controller is screaming at the top of her lungs. She's standing on a table and she's saying, give it to the people. The controller has not said, give it to the chapters, and have them give it to the people. I just think that we all keep saying our people, and we don't want to hear what our people are saying. We don't want to see what our people's actions are. Instead, we keep going back to, okay, give it to the business so they can give it to the people. Give it to the division director so they can give it to the people. Now we're saying give it to the chapters so that they can give it to their registered votes. When are we really going to be giving to the people? Speaker, I think with this legislation, if we are truly saying that the chapters want to give to the people, then I want to offer an amendment which will really allow the chapters to truly help the people. And that amendment is basically saying that if the chapters want to opt out, that they can go on a reimbursement status. Dana, can you send that out? I reserve the rest of my time.
Every time, 1 minute, 27 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Do you have that? Okay, with that, staff sending that out right now. Go ahead and read it into the record.
Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment 1, page 4, line 15, the for distribution, insert chapter. 2, page 4, line 18, insert new paragraph as follows. B, chapters, B, chapters which choose to opt out for or bypass the online portal administered by the Division of Community shall receive their chapter distribution expenditure plan funds on the reimbursement basis, and underscore. 3, Exhibit D, page 1, third paragraph, third line after CARES funds, insert on a reimbursement basis. 4, Exhibit D, page 3, paragraph 6, last sentence, delete directly, overstrike directly to the, and overstrike. And after chapter, insert underscore on a reimbursement basis and underscore. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of the amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
How about now? Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, or thank you, staff. On amendment number 1, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton, is there a second? Going once? Going twice?
Speaker, Delegate Otto So, a second.
Otto So, second. Colleagues, on amendment 1. I don't have anybody on the board. Going once?
Speaker, we haven't received the documents yet. Hold on.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue on this amendment.
Oh, go ahead, Vice Chair Smith.
Do I have the floor now, sir?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. On amendment 1, regarding the distribution, insert chapter. The question is on a reimbursement basis. Right now, the chapters don't even have 100% of their budget until the president does sign it into law. I don't know if he's going to line veto that or that's going to be another delay. That's the reason why I asked that question on DOJ. Can the funding be appropriated to the chapters? Yes, it can. And on that base, I'm not in favor of this amendment because most chapters don't have the money to front and then wait for payment. It's a gamble. I think the chapters should have the funds available to utilize, and then if they're not utilized, then they can be recouped back into the U.S. Treasury. That's the best way to go about it. I reserve my time, Speaker.
On Amendment 1, reserve your time, Vice Chair Smith. 3 minutes, 49 seconds. Moving on down.
Speaker, could I get the opportunity
Speaker.
to explain this amendment?
Speaker Callen.
Yes. Let me go to you then, Madam Chair Charles Dune. Then I'll come back
Thank
to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, the purpose of this amendment is it's giving the power to the chapters to choose. The chapters can choose to continue to work with BCD and OOC and get their CARES money, or if they choose to opt out, then that's where they would have to go on the reimbursement basis. And so the purpose of this amendment is to give the chapters that option. It's to allow them to make that decision. If they truly are wanting to give to the people, then I think that they should front the money and then it can be reimbursed to them with the CARES money. If they don't want to work with DCD and OOC. My concern with just waiving the rules is that if we waive the rules for the chapters, who's to say that we're not going to have a division director come before council asking that the rules be waived for them? Again, this is an option for the chapters. If they want to opt out of it, they can, but they will go into the reimbursement status. And I think that would actually help alleviate some of the issues that the controller has versus just waiving the rules for them so that they can spend willy-nilly. So that's the purpose of this amendment. Thank you.
Moving on down, Honorable Callan McGee.
This would still go, Speaker. It would still go back to the requirement by that Madam Controller outlined. We just don't want to think and asking the chapter to buy or purchase something knowing that it's not going to be allowable. Then the chapter will end up not getting any reimbursement on certain things. So again, the allowable and non-allowable continues to be part of this particular process. If not, maybe the chapter can ask for reimbursement on certain things that had happened from March up to December. Because I know a lot of chapters utilize their own fundings on certain things, especially staff working, because it ate up a lot of their personnel funding. And I would be in support of that one. Reimburse the chapters of whatever they utilize. And I know some of my chapters were allowing community members to dispose of trash, solid waste, and the people didn't have to pay for it, but the chapter had to pick up the tab. Those are some areas, and then reimburse all the electricities and everything else that the chapters had paid for from March on up. What go need and then the say based upon not the chapter the can't do what the based on that whatever the chapter recoup would they would be able to utilize that funding for in helping the chapter, and then we don't have to deal with the December 30th deadline. That would be my recommendation. If that needs to be done, go out. If I need to ask for a different, a modified amendment, Speaker, reserve the rest of my time.
That reserve the rest of your time. Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Pat, I don't have anybody else on the board.
Speaker Freeland.
Well, Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. And speaking to the amendment, this is really a question for the controller. I don't know if she's still on. What happens to all the expenditure plans that the chapter and the expenditure plans and the budgets that the chapter submitted? What becomes of those? And then my second question is related to of all of those submissions that were done by our chapters of the expenditure plans and budgets that were done through the portal. What does that total amount to? What is the total amount of all of those expenditure plans and budgets? What are those total amounts? I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4 minutes, 21 seconds. Madam Controller? I don't know if you're still with us. Have you heard those questions?
Speaker, this is Controller.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's see. So regarding the and just so everybody knows, earlier there were questions on the DIT and the 15 million and contracts. I did pull those up, and there are two 164 documents that we emailed about to DIT, and that was Monday at 4:41 p.m. So DIT should have came and pick up those 164s, and whether the DIT gave it to DOJ, then that's a DIT question. So I just wanted to make sure. So Otto, in terms of reimbursements, I think Shanella was asking about that as well. Reimbursements, that was one thing that we did advise the chapters if they've already expended using their own funds since March 1st, those are things they can get reimbursed. The problem that we're seeing is that although they say that they've expended dollars, we are not seeing the supporting documents. So that's a problem. If we don't have the supporting documents, then we can't reimburse them. So there are a number of requests for things that they've already expended using their own dollars, but we need those supporting documents to reimburse them. So that's what we're seeing with the information that we're getting. Otto, I'm looking at the information that Delegate Freeland was asking about. Oops. Okay. Hold on. There are expenditure plans that have been submitted by chapters. Again, the total amount that I have up to now, because earlier I gave some numbers with the information that I had. Otto, since then I have updated information, so the amount that's being submitted is $87,771,851.
that's what's being submitted. That's not what is allowable. So I just want to make that clear. A lot of these are requests for things that are unallowable. So, so right now, I think your other question is what happens now and so forth. OOC is trying our best to work with DCD, but I don't know if some of this information is getting back to the chapters. I understand they may not have everything as far as communications, but what would be next is there's a little bit of going back and forth to see if chapters can make provide, let's say, justification memos on some of these things or additional documentation. For example, I was just talking about the reimbursements for what they've already expended, and then also anything that's not allowable, if they can reallocate or any of those things. At some point, though, we have to gather everything, put everything together, and do those procurement of goods and services. So that's got to happen soon. Keep in mind that this is still a centralized procurement. The nation is still procuring these goods and service as a prime recipient. We are not talking about a sub-recipient situation. So there are the 3 million or so, between the difference between 90 and the 87 is essentially where some chapters didn't allocate all of the dollars. So, but to date, they've submitted information on 87.7 million. So that's to answer your question, Otto.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Moving on down, Otto, so on Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying the question that was posed to the controller, Madam Controller. That's what I was going to ask, because my chapter has expended tremendous amount of money for the Tuba City staging area. And the staging area they set up was for the distribution point in Western Agency. The Western Agency chapters, when the distribution happened, that was one of the points that people got their services, whether it was food packages and so forth. Alcohol. I'm glad that they can utilize these dollars to reimburse them, to get the reimbursements, because the what I was getting was that the Office of Community Development was sort of picking and choosing what qualifies for reimbursement, but there's other reimbursements that the chapter has worked, the chapter has utilized their funding. And in my chapter, they have the staging area that they set up and the tents that they rented for that purpose, whether it was for the Navajo Nation to
You're breaking up. Can't hear you.
Thank you very much, and reserve my time.
Every time at 3 minutes, 24 seconds. Nobody else on the board, go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 49 seconds. On Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time for now.
3:47. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Speaker, is there a way that Kudos Mayor's amendment could it be a language be also added to say that reimbursement from March or whatever official date that's being referenced? I'll go 8 chapters again, so they could resubmit their budget for reimbursement. I don't should I basically should I use it in working closely with the Division of Community Development what are allowable. Speaker, reserve the rest of my time.
Minutes, 4 seconds. Honorable Kiamgi. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, question. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, going twice. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
I'm back on,
I don't have a
Speaker.
sponsor. Oh, Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
I'm here, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, there's a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got kicked off.
Honorable Kiambi, you're going to have to restate your question.
And don't delete my time.
I'm not deleting it.
Speaker, Shema, could all media chapters, are you able to revise the language to where chapters would be also up to receive reimbursement from March, all those funding that the chapters had utilized, based on that data through this particular CARES funding that are allowable that from March to put out modified amendment indicate. Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newman, request to modify.
Speaker, at this time, I don't believe that there's a need to modify because, as Controller stated, the chapters do have, or they have that option of FEMA. I believe she did mention that, that chapters can request to get reimbursement from FEMA. With this particular amendment, it only applies to the CARES money that chapters received from the 90 million. So it would apply only from the date of the time that they receive this. Again, chapters do have the option of using FEMA for the controller. So no, I'm not willing to entertain that. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. And that, Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes, 21 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, I do have another question related to what the controller had reported. I appreciate the answer as far as 87 million, which is a substantial amount, considering it's 3 million less than what was appropriated. So kudos to the chapters, but what the controller stated, it's not all acceptable. So I guess my question is, of that 87 million, what is acceptable? And what is the total amount of acceptance right now? That really seems to be the big question, because if that's the case, if we go through this with this amendment, I'm concerned about those expenditure plans and the budgets that were submitted. What becomes of them? So with that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, that reserve the rest of your time at 3 minutes. 29 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes, 24 seconds. I'll go back to Madam Charles Newton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Go ahead and reserve my time.
3 minutes, 21 seconds. That. Back to you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Question from Arnold Freeland.
Speaker, I believe that question was actually posed to Madam Controller, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, Madam Controller.
Speaker, Otto, members of council, I believe I just wanted to clarify that the reimbursement, we've been communicating that with the chapters, the training that we've done, the PowerPoints that we've presented. We've always communicated with them that if there's any expenditures that they've incurred with their own money that is allowable, the same rules would apply. And if they've spent their own money, then from March 1st to now, then that can be reimbursed to them. Again, if they have to have the documentation to provide to us. So, Otto, Delegate Freeland's question, just so you know what's going on, we did a lot of submittals by the chapters from Friday. Otto, I believe we got some more Sunday, and so we are still sifting through all of those requests. Out of the 87.7 million, we don't have final numbers as to how much of that would be allowable. I would say we're about halfway through regarding what is allowable, and that's a ballpark figure. So because some of them are almost, I would say, a case-by-case situation. So it's not, I don't have that figure at this point in time, but we are aware that there's certain things that are being asked, like a hardship assistance, that we know is unallowable. So I don't have the final percentage, but I would say about at least half of it for sure is allowable. So in answering the question, Otto, if you have.
Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 47 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker, I think we've drugged this out long enough. I want a motion for cease debate and call for the question.
Let me just ask you if Kiamge, Freeland, and Otto So want. Are you guys ready to waive your time off?
I'm good. I'll wait my time.
I'm a Freeland. I'm a Kiamge.
No.
Okay, that motion to cease debate.
Otto will second.
Hello?
Vice Chair Smith, there's been 4 individuals that have spoken on this. That's clearly not a supermajority of the council or any kind of majority of the council. And we only been debating this for about 46 minutes. So, and there's no clear direction as I can see on this amendment. So, Vice Chair Smith, as of this time, I'm not going to recognize your cease debate. There's no balance yet, or cordial balance. This still needs to be debated. So with that, Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes, 4 seconds.
I reserve my time, Speaker.
Hey, 3:35. Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes, 4 seconds.
Speaker, I support the amendment, but the question goes back to chapters not having sufficient funding to do what needs to be done out there. And so what I'm saying is that maybe I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time, but just ask for another motion for another amendment after. So I'll be sending an email to legislative council speaker. Thank you.
Okay, with that, waive your time then. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Freeland, you good to waive your time?
Yeah, that's fine, Speaker. Thanks.
Okay, Honorable Otto. So, Vice Chair Smith, are you good?
Waive my time.
Otto, so is good. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you good?
Well, I can't cease debate, so I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, move to further discussion on Amendment 1. Everybody on the board, nobody with reserve time. Let's go to the board on Amendment 1.
Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Keon votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Green.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Carty.
Delegate Amber Knazbot Carty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbot Carty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Mark Bailey votes red. Honorable Pernell Colonna.
Honorable votes red.
Honorable Pernell Colonna votes red. Honorable Jamie Hillier.
Daniel votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hillier votes red. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate James votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Rich James votes red. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Vice Chair Smith votes red.
What did you say?
He said green.
Honorable Raymond
I said
Smith
red.
votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Altuso.
Votes green. Green.
Honorable Altuso votes green. Honorable Charlene South.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene South votes red. Honorable Daniel South.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel South votes red. Honorable Eugene South. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winnicott.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winnicott votes red. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about red?
Honorable Jimmy
How about
Yellowhair.
red?
Red. Honorable Herbert M. Daniels Jr.
Bobby Gates votes red.
Red. This is Daniel.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Eugene South.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugene South votes red. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Mr. Speaker, vote 8 in favor and 14 opposed.
Okay, thank you. That 8 in favor, 14 opposed. Speaker not voting on Amendment 1. Motion fails. Back to the main motion on legislation 0283-20. Honorable Charlene So, you are up. 4 minutes and 4 seconds.
I apologize about that, colleagues. The question that I do have was somewhat partially answered, and I guess my main concern is at this point we are approaching the 11th hour for spending this CARES Act funding, and the thing that kind of concerns me and kind of frustrates me is that, you know, I wish we had President Nez and Vice President Leiser there to get their input. The amendments if we can get the input from someone from the executive branch or so, I know that we are the lawmakers, but we can get these things going fast and efficiently, knowing that President Nez is willing to support the legislations we put before the people and for the people.
So, I know that class. I wish there's something that we can do. That was my request that I was going to be opposing. Is there any kind of response that we can get from OPVP? Because considering the time frame that we're going against right now, we're going to be using this entire month before we can get a final approval, even if that means OPVP, the president, does sign off on this legislation. The enforcement of this legislation. Or if he's even listening in, it provides a lot of direction, and that's the kind of collaboration our people need to understand where all the branches are in these decisions. And I would find it unfair too, because we have chapters that are entitled to this money. I have constituents calling me asking what is available at the chapter, some needing assistance with electric, some needing water heaters, some needing wood pellets. Of course, when these assessments are made and given back to Window Rock, there's a lot of time constraints. And then knowing that our controller is, she has her hands full, and then this is one way I think that we can lighten the load if we vote in favor of this. And again, it's not fair to our LGA certified chapters who have proven themselves to operate efficiently and effectively on their own. And I know that the controller spoke of the disbursement schedule. And the disbursement schedule with each chapter, about the time frame for one chapter, or at least for half of the chapters. That needs to be clarified. And with that said, I reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Charlene. So we are reaching out to OPVP, but we have, this will be the first time reaching out to them today. I don't know if they're on the line. Anybody from OPVP on the line? Chief Paulson Chaco?
Doc.
Chris Bahi? Those two. There's nobody? We'll reach out to them. See if we can get a response out. Honorable Charlene. So with that, moving on. Honorable Yellow Hair, 4 minutes, 56 seconds on the main motion. Honorable Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair, going twice. Yellow Hair, going 3 times. Moving on down, colleagues, the record again, I'll say it, it's 9:02 p.m. and I am concerned about the staff, especially at nights like this. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. 3 minutes, 4 seconds.
Okay, Speaker. This is on the main motion?
Yes.
Let's vote. Folks, let's get this over with. I reserve my time if we're not going to vote, but let's vote.
2 minutes, 50 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Speaker, I had
this is Delegate Daniel Silva. I had reserved time regarding an amendment that I had requested to be drafted.
Honorable Chairman Daniel, so I'm coming around the horn. You're at the very end of the horn.
Oh, okay. Sharp part.
Okay. All right, the sharp part, yeah. Honorable Otto going twice.
Broken.
Honorable Otto going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Keelan Begay, 1 minute, 39 seconds.
Speaker, making a motion to make an amendment.
Do you have your amendment ready?
Yeah, it should be in the email.
In the email? Okay, with that, motion by Honorable Keelan Begay on Amendment 1. You want to read it into the record? Then we can go from there. Keelan Begay. Reading Amendment 1 into the record now. Can't hear you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Nomination Council, Amendment 1, page 4, line 11, insert new paragraph as follows. L, the Navajo Nation Council has also determined that it is in the best interest of the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation chapters that chapters, at their request, use their respective chapter distribution expenditure plan allocations to reimburse COVID-19 related costs and expenses incurred by the chapters since March 1st, 2022, page 4, line 15, before distribution, insert chapter. Page 4, line 17, after development 8, insert semicolon, and to use their respective chapter distribution expenditure plan allocations to reimburse COVID-19 related costs and expenses incurred by the chapter since March 1, 2023. Exhibit D, page 2, before the first full paragraph, insert a new paragraph as follows. Allowable expenditures shall also include reimbursement of COVID-19 related costs and expenses incurred by the chapter since March 1, 2024. Exhibit D, page 3, paragraph 5, last sentence, delete, overstrike management, and insert manager. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibit accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
How about now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for reading to the record. With that, colleagues, there's a motion by Honorable Keelan Begay. Is there a second? And what? Second going to Honorable Freeland. On Amendment 1. Comments, questions? Going once? Going twice?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton on Amendment 1.
Speaker, I would just like to get the take from the Controller's office regarding this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Madam Controller.
Hello?
Mr. Willie? Mr. Willie, is that you? Madam Controller?
This is Controller Speaker. I just got the language and I'm looking at it. If I'm looking at this and it says that what I think we were discussing earlier, then which if the chapters have already expended using their own monies, and then they're going to now ask for reimbursement, things that they have incurred which otherwise would be eligible. I think that's what this does. If I'm wrong, then someone let me know. But it should be fine because that's what we've been communicating with the chapters. So if the chapters use their own monies since March 1st for things that could be allowable under CARES, then they can get reimbursement. So I think that's what this does, and if that's the case, then that should be fine. The only thing is, as I mentioned before, we've been communicating with chapters to that effect. We've been getting some requests. The only thing is we're still sifting through most of them, but what we're seeing so far is we don't really have a lot of supporting documentation. So these things have to be documented. That's the only thing I would add. So, Idea, I should have.
Okay, thank you, Madam Controller. That. Let's see other comments, questions. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Okay, with that, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to the board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Knelsbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knelsbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knelsbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henia. Honorable Vince James. Red. Honorable Vince James votes red via text. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What that was? Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Ed Benyazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Let's see what happens.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinio. Honorable Carl Slater. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor and 1 opposed.
That on Amendment 1, 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the main motion. Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater waves his time. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, Otto, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Legislative Council, DOJ, and Che, sponsor. I would like to propose amendment number 2. And this particular amendment was emailed at 8:34. And each of the delegates should have this amendment on their phone or on their laptop. Speaker, could we have staff read it into the record? I reserve my time.
Every time at 1 minute, 35 seconds. If I want to read amendment number 2 into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Amendment 2, 1, page 4, line 15, before distribution, insert chapter. 2, page 4, line 18, insert new paragraph as follows. B, chapters which choose to opt out of or bypass the online portal administered by the Division of Community Development shall receive their chapter distribution expenditure plan funds directly based on the expenditure plan submitted by the chapter and approved by the Division of Community Development and Office of Controller as eligible expenditures under the Federal CARES Act. 3, Exhibit B, page 1, third paragraph, subparagraph 2, delete. The Division of Community Development approves the chapter's request for direct allocation and insert. The chapter has submitted an expenditure plan approved by the Division of Community Development and Office of the Controller. As eligible expenditures under the Federal CARES Act. 4, Exhibit D, page 3, paragraph 5, last sentence, delete management and insert manager. 5, Exhibit D, page 3, paragraph 5, last sentence, after allocated funds, insert to ensure compliance with the chapter's approved expenditure plan. 6, Exhibit D, page 3, paragraph 6, after executed, insert and the criteria set forth in paragraph 1, purpose as satisfied. 7, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Somebody kicked me out. Can you hear me? Okay, with that, motion on Amendment 2 by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second? Going once? Going twice?
Second, Halona.
Halona. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment number 2?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to get the controller's take on this amendment, whether she supports it or not. Thank you.
Okay, with that,
I reserve my time.
Madam Controller.
Speaker, this is Controller. If I can get about 5 minutes to look at this amendment, I would appreciate it. I'm getting tired, and I'm looking for the legislation and how this impacts the language. So, Ashona, Kahap.
Feel you. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor then. I'll come back when Madam Controller's ready. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 2? If there are no other comments, I'll go back to the controller then. Whenever you're ready, Madam Controller.
Speaker, this is Controller.
Yes, Madam Controller, go ahead.
Regarding this amendment, I will say, I said it earlier, and I know that an amendment failed to that effect. I will re-emphasize the federal rule, the Uniform Guidance 2 CFR 200, that those requirements require the prime recipient of these CARES funds to assess risk as to a subrecipient. In this case, that will be chapters. If the nation, as prime, decides to subgrant these dollars, It is the nation's responsibility to do what we call a risk assessment. In that risk assessment as to high risk sub-grantees, we have to not only monitor, but we also have what we call cash management requirements. And I said it earlier, we will have to follow those cash management risk assessment requirements. This is not my rule. These are the federal rules. We can't go around those things. And so cash management requires us to, if we assess a subrecipient entity as high risk, we will have to do reimbursement basis to ensure that the funds are being expended for allowable expenditures under CARES Act, Treasury, everything. So at this point in time, given the time frames, those are the requirements. And so I think if we have about one more month for chapters to do this, then it has to be on a reimbursement basis. I know this amendment says direct the funds shall receive their, I'm looking at the wrong one, but I think the amendment had the, that language where it says it will be directly, shall, shoot, seeing the wrong, So what I'm getting at is direct payment. I just want to clarify that, again, chapters may not receive the funds directly. The nation will be required to assess chapters and require reimbursement on subrecipients that are high risk. So I just want to say that for the record. That's what I have right now in looking at this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, if there's nobody else on the board, let me go back to reserve time. 4 minutes, 50 seconds, Madam Chair, Charles Noon.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I just want to say that it is late, and I just have to question whether we are listening or not. I'm just wondering, are we not understanding what the controller is saying? I feel like there's no excuse not to carry out our duties. The controller has said it time and time again that even if we pass this legislation, she can't do it. Chapters are high risk. And I don't know why we keep wanting to just give directly when the controller is saying she can't do that. The controller has a couple of licenses that she has to consider. So I'm voting red on this amendment. I'm voting red on the entire legislation. I think that we don't have the money. I shouldn't say I know that the Navajo Nation does not have the money to pay back any CARES money. And for me, I feel like there's some delegates, some chapters who just want to ignore the rules. I can't ignore what the controller has said. We have stated time and time again, the controller is the expert. We should listen to her. And so I just feel like I just need to say that I'm voting red, and I think it's too late in the game to be changing the rules. And, I think the people just need to have this money. And, we just can't keep turning our wheels and saying, that we're trying to help the people when we're breaking the rules in the process. I say if we are saying we want to help the people, then just give it to the people. No middleman in between, just give it to the people. So I'm voting red on this amendment, and I'm voting red on the entire legislation. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else on the board. Nobody with reserved time. Let's go to the board on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna. Honorable Jamie Hinu. What do you say? Huh? Honorable Jamie Hinu votes red. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Rich James votes red. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Ness votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Honorable Slater votes red via text.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Altuso.
Hey.
Read louder.
Hey.
Honorable Altuso votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red and red. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Monica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Monica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna.
Who votes green?
Honorable Pernell Colonna votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 10 in favor and 12 opposed.
Thank you. That 10 in favor, 12 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion fails on amendment number 2. That, colleagues, going back to the main motion. I don't have anybody else on the board. We go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 1 minute, 27 seconds.
Speaker, I already said that I'm going to vote red on this legislation. I'm sorry, I cannot ignore what the controller is saying. We can't bend the rules for chapters. I'm voting red, and I waive the rest of my time.
Madam Control, or Madam Charles. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene So, 32 seconds.
Again, spoken before going off what the controller said. I'm still going to vote green just because it's what my chapters want. And again, it's a long shot. I wish we knew what OPVP was planning. Again, we might have wasted all this time while he might veto this legislation and our staff would have gone home by now. So I waste the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Honorable Charlene. So with that, moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 4 minutes, 56 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker, I just want to wait this time. Yeah, Speaker, to Honorable Councilman, yeah, I just want to wait it. We got all this. Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker, so Bishmasan, 24th Council. My question goes to the Department of Justice. If they're still listening, I'm hoping they're still on board. The question is under that Exhibit 1C, I think it was, page 9. It talks about the state. And it was earlier said that we are kind of like the state, and we are going to be giving monies to the our chapters. The question is, under that, there's a question that's been proposed, like an interpretation of what they mean by this. It says, if a state transfer funds or transfers fund payments to a political subdivision, would the transferred fund account toward the sub-recipients total funding received from the federal government for purposes of the Single Audit Act? The answer is yes. And then it goes on saying, the fund payment to subrecipient would count toward the threshold of a Single Audit Act, 2 CFR Part 200, which I always hear, Subpart F, I think it says, are audit requirements. Subrecipient are subject to a single audit or program specific audit pursuant to 2 CFR subsection 200 point or dash or not dash point 501 parenthesis A, when the subrecipient spend $750,000 or more in federal awards during a fiscal year. So what does that mean? Does that mean the chapters are okay if they don't spend over $750,000? Could I get that interpretation? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, reserve time at 1 minute. Vice Chair Smith. Anybody on from Department of Justice?
Yes, Speaker Damon, this is Adjournment. I'm still here.
Adjournment, I don't know if you want to answer or I guess refer whatever the question over from Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. So Vice Chair Smith, in answer to your question and the particular subsection that you quoted, if a chapter gets more than basically $750,000 in federal awards during your fiscal year, then they're required to comply with the Single Audit Act, meaning that they would have to pay for an audit to show how that money, those federal monies were spent. And so this question speaks to that. If in your example, chapters get some of these CARES funds, then those amounts would count towards that $750,000 threshold. And I would defer to Controller if she would like to add more in terms of how that might impact chapters if they then have to pay for audits to be able to show that they're in compliance with this Single Audit Act. But the short answer to what this question and this answer mean is that if chapters receive these federal funds and it puts them above that $750,000 threshold in terms of how much in federal awards they've received during the fiscal year, then they would have to comply with the Single Audit Act and have an audit, pay for an audit to be done showing that they've complied with federal requirements. Thank you.
Speaker, question of privilege on that.
Vice Chair Smith, question privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. The question of privilege would be the sub-recipient spend $750 more in federal awards. And then the next line says recipients permitted to use payment from the end of the fund, the covered audit under the Single Audit Act. Yes, it can be. So the chapters would be covered. That's why I read it, if that's what I'm understanding. So the chapter has to spend over $750,000. If they're given over $750,000 and they don't spend it, they're okay. That's what that's why I want to get a clear interpretation from DOJ. Thank you, Speaker.
Ajwa.
Thank you, Speaker. So to the example that you gave, Vice Chair Smith, if a chapter receives, let's say, $800,000, but they do not spend, and they do not spend that entire $800,000, and they only spend $700,000 of it, then they would have to pay back that $100,000. So you are correct in that sense. They would not have spent $750,000 or more in federal monies in the fiscal year, so that they would not have to do a single audit. But if they do spend, you know, 700 and let's say 45,000, and then they have to spend money and use the federal funds to pay for the single, to pay for an audit that would bring them above that 750,000, then they would have spent 750,000. So my answer to you is that, you know, it would be incumbent upon chapters to sort of keep track of how much they've spent to know whether or not they are approaching or whether they've passed this single audit threshold. I hope that answers your question, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, DOJ.
Okay, thank you. That moving on down. Unreserved time. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I'm going to move to cease debate, and I reserve my time.
I'll second that, Speaker.
Honorable Otto So. On legislation 0283-20, there is a clear balance. I have two individuals that have spoke against this legislation, 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 delegates who have not said anything, but have made suggestions and comments. This legislation has been debated for more than 2.5 hours. So there's been ample time for debate on this legislation. Honorable Otto So, I'll accept your motion to cease debate. Is there a second?
Second, Wanika.
Honorable Edison Wanika. That, colleagues, go to board on legislation 0283-20 for a cease debate motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Cease debate, vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Rhoda votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinya. Honorable Rich James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What's that? We're doing? Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Vince James. Speaker with a vote of 19 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank colleagues. Motion to cease debate, 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. So that go to the board. Actually, second reading. 2 amendments. Well, actually, 1 amendment. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, you have 1 amendment. 1, page 4, line 11, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph L. The Navajo Nation Council has also determined that it is in the best interest of the Navajo people and Navajo Nation chapters at their requests use their respective chapter distribution expenditure plan allocations to reimburse COVID-19 related costs and expenses incurred by the chapter since March 1st, 2020. 2, page 4, line 15, before distribution, insert chapter. Page 4, line 17, after development. 8, insert underscore semicolon, and to use the respective chapter distribution expenditure plan allocations to reimburse COVID-19 related costs and expenses incurred by the chapter since March 1st, 2020, and underscore. 3, Exhibit D, page 2, before the first full paragraph, insert a new paragraph as follows. Allowable expenditures shall also include reimbursement of COVID-19 related costs and expenses incurred by the chapter since March 1st, 2020. 4, Exhibit D, page 3, paragraph 5, last sentence, delete management and insert manager. 5, renumber letters succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
That go to the board. That's on the main motion. Legislation 0283-20.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
What a privilege, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. With this intent of the legislation, is the council, our Speaker, are you going to guide us in terms of creating an account if there's possible misuse of the dollars in the future? I'm just thinking of the ARA. I know we're fighting DOJ right now with the ARA funding. Are we going to develop a contingency fund for CARES if there's possible issues in the future? Thank you, Speaker.
As of this time, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, there has been no talk of any kind of contingency fund for us to be ready to repay any or utilizing any of our general funds to repay back any misuse or mishandling or loss of CARES funds.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That we're voting.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Kiel Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kiel Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knelsbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Keenan-Balkrati will have to vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canals-Bockrati votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henia.
Henia votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henia votes green. Honorable Rich James. Honorable Rich James votes red via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Altoso.
Green. Green. Chili. Also votes red.
Honorable Altoso votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Mr. Speaker, with the vote of 13 in favor and 9 opposed.
At 13 in favor, 9 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion fails. We need 16 votes. With that, colleagues, moving on down. At number D, legislation 0276-20. Sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsor myself, Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the legislation. If you could read that legislation into the record. I mean.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0276-20, an action relating to an emergency, and Navajo Nation Council requesting the United States Department of Health and Human Services to distribute a COVID-19 vaccine to Navajo Region Indian Health Services. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
With that, colleagues, 0276-20 is there. Or motion?
Yellow hair. Motion.
Yellow hair. Is there a second? Second.
Freeland.
Once.
Henia. Freeland.
Second by Chairman Henia. Comments, questions? Once. And twice.
Should be easy.
Going 3 times. Go to board on legislation 0276-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
I'm sorry, is this the main motion?
yes, it is.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
All the votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan,
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinier,
Kenny votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hinier votes green. Honorable Rich James, Honorable Rick Nez,
Rickna is green, please.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green. Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
No, that was Smith.
Oh, Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Octoso,
I vote green.
Honorable Octoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winica,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I vote green. Thank
Honorable
you.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty,
Delegate Amber Keenan-Balkrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty votes green. Honorable Rich James, Honorable Eugene So,
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed.
Vote of 21 in favor, colleagues, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, moving on down. Colleagues, moving on down, close the session, announcements.
Motion to
Motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Bye.
Wanika.
Speaker agency meeting.
And Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Okay, with that, thank you, everyone. Motion adjourned by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Edison Wanika at 10:03 p.m. Before we go on, colleagues, I just want to give out to all our veterans out there. Thank you very much. Honorable Keon Begay, Shay, thank you. Chairman Rick Nez, thank you. Vice Chair Smith, thank you. Honorable Eugene So, our 4 delegates are recognizing us veterans. In the office of the speaker, we have Sean Michelle Harrison. Thank you. Office of Legislative Services, Leonard Bose and Valentina Redhorse. Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Kristen Lowell, thank you very much. Navajo Government Development, Mr. Edward D. Navajo Election Office, Rodriguez Morris, Arlene So Cohen, Randall Pinto. Legislative District Assistants, Arthur Harvey Jr., Melvin Harris, Elmer Jackson, and Mr. Lester Yazzie. Yeah, that's all our veterans here at the legislative branch. Thank you for being with us and thank you for working with us, everything that you do. Yeah.
Speaker, don't forget Honorable Wanika.
Oh, and Honorable Wanika. Moving on down. Thank you, colleagues. Tomorrow they'll be safe out there. Actually, vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay votes green. Good night, everyone.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Stay safe.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable
Good night,
Eugenia
everybody.
Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canals-Bockrati.
Delegate Amber Kinas-Balkrati votes green. Be safe.
Honorable Amber Canals-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green. Good night.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Bologna.
Maloney votes green.
Honorable
night.
Pernell Bologna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Kenya votes green. Good night.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Rich James votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable
Night.
Otto So
Got your
votes green.
force.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Peters, Cole, and Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green, and a good night and happy Thanksgiving, each one of you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed.
Twenty-two. Got colleagues who are officially adjourned. Have a good evening. Thank you. Go on that. Safe travels.
Good night, John Boy.
Good night, Sue Ellen.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Gators.
Question of privilege.